Fresh cup. Still hot. Good evening. This is Jupiter Exile, and we're returning to the skies in search of the truth. I've made a slight update to the channel. The channel points are now sovereigns. Let's earn together. If you can think of any clever rewards for me to post up, then please, by all means. I have fast-forwarded a bit, naturally, since the last time I was online. You may notice that we're in Pan. I've made slight adjustments to the ship, acquiring Pergamon category shielding and the Tisiphone. We should be able to go between our various goals much faster. Cost us a pretty penny, but we've got pennies to spare. Now, our business here in Eleutheria is to find Mr. Menagerie, who is hiding out at the House of Rods and Chains. We're going there along with Spatchcocker Meg. I will need 4 caged catches to secure the aid of Mr. Menagerie. Done deal. Not problematic. As I acquired the Tisiphone, a new opportunity arose here in King's Idyll. An admiring engineer, a slouching man with a wistful, watery smile, is pacing around your locomotive. Beautiful machine, he says. Beautiful. You ask if you can help him with something. Oh, no. Just an aficionado. Is that a Tisiphone you have in her? Marvelous engine. Got some kick to it, eh? I once worked on the next generation of it, you know. Until... He holds up his hands. They are scarred and twiggy from old burns. An improved version of the Tisiphone. Intriguing. Let's make sure the stream is running correctly. I neglected to bring up the stream manager. There we go. Now it can be monitored. It was never finished in the end. Too ambitious. Although, he leans close. My old partner, and he names a certain diabolical contriver, is still working on it. She moved to the wreck of the Berenger. Less oversight there. If you like your engines spirited, you should seek her out. In fact, he says, as if the thought had only just occurred to him, perhaps you could give her this. He hands you a crumpled letter. Been a while since we spoke, you see. He shakes your hand. His is rough and inflexible, and drifts away into Pan's crowds. This has been a quest for an exotic engine suited only for skilled and reckless captains. The wreck of the Berenger, yeah, I know where to find that. Okay, so there's an option for me to go after something a bit dangerous. Interesting. I'm gonna need a bit more fuel in my store until I have gotten accustomed to the handling of the new engine. So we'll see about that shortly. I need more Eleutherian mysteries in order to ingratiate myself. I would also like to have my death captured, which would be 7 mysteries. For now, though, we'll make our way to the House of Rods and Chains. Yes, that's a good pace. We skipped over the Tier 3 engine, the Goneril, to go straight to the Tisiphone, and the Tisiphone actually has an increase in baseline movement speed, but the fuel usage is quite higher. Your new engine allows you to activate full steam mode, allows you to travel much faster while it is engaged. To activate it, hold cruise control until your heat bar fills up to the mark. Be careful, Captain. Generates a lot of heat and costs fuel to activate. Make sure your heat bar is empty and you have sufficient fuel beforehand. To return to normal speed, hold backward thrust or cruise control until your heat bar is drained. While in full steam mode, steering is harder, collisions are more painful, and you will not be able to dock or interact. You will not be able to strafe or use your weapons until you've disengaged full steam mode. It seems very ideal for when flying through friendlier skies, to be honest. I'd prefer not to engage it if I may run into a sudden batch of grievers. Although, I suppose if I can ascertain that the area ahead of me is clear, unlike this, then I should activate it to test. Dim your light, quiet your heart, the grievers are here. I thought I had explored through this area. No, I suppose I've been through Tartaron. I haven't been to the House of Rods and Chains much. That's a griever sound. And some Dowders. How exciting. I've been able to loot these decently well. We can pick up Eleutherian mysteries from these. The Devourers of Distance. It's an interesting kind of note there. Am I ready to give up Visions of Heavens? No, I want to hold on to them. I may be forced soon enough to give up some Visions of the Heavens. If I come into a circumstance where my only interaction is to give up Visions of the Heavens, well, certainly that's what I'll do. That's some amber. I'm gonna leave it alone. Okay, this might be a good straightaway. The conductor claps his hands with glee and then he pretends it never happened. Okay, so there was an immediate amount. This is our turning rate while we're on full steam. And that's how disengaging works. Very good, very good. That's fun. The extra visual effect around the front of your locomotive really makes it worthwhile. All right, so let's get our way in. Oh, excuse me. That's enough out of you. Treasures. Let's examine its collection. Four otherworldly artifacts. That's okay. Among them is a chitinous foot possessed of 8 articulate toes. It smells like embalming fluid. A small dried 5-eyed fish. A human heart, salted. Was this curator notably morbid? Or were these provisions for its vast windy journeys across the gulfs between stars? In many ways, that's the hallmark of curators in terms of their usefulness to the judgments. They have the longevity and the mobile capability to move between judgments. There's a tremendous amount waiting in the wings. The run-up, the initial game, is quite challenging. We return to the House of Rods and Chains. Now, first, Mr. Menagerie. They are fine scouts. Let's ask Mr. Menagerie about the fire that follows. Mr. Menagerie is not pleased to see Meg. Spatchcocker! It hisses. There is an impasse. Only when you wheel your stack of caged catches forward does Mr. Menagerie consent to answer your questions. The fire that follows. Dangerous knowledge for us, more so for you. The fire is a hunting flame. It comes for those who know a thing they should not know. It draws back out of the starlight, a secret sworn between suns. The knowledge itself is the scent it follows. and when it has you, the courtesy will come. What is the courtesy? Don't know. Knew once, but managed to forget. Mr. Menagerie shakes its hooded head. Only a hollow now where once was knowing. I think a compact, a law, a living word spoken into being. It hisses, as if remembering even this much causes it pain. The flame is hunting a friend of ours, Meg says. She's missing. Ah, then look for her at the House of Jude in London. I know its master. I collect my pets, he collects his. Now go. All right, we're due in London then. There are things we can do in the meantime, however. Rubbery men from within the House of Rods and Chains have gathered around a fallen spire on the surface. They hold their heads high, staring out at the stars as if hoping to catch a glimpse of their lost exiles somewhere deep in the Eleutherian darkness. One by one, their warbling ululations arise. I think that's ululations. I misspoke. The lament is low, its melodies impossible for any human tongue to capture. In their grief, however, at least the rubbery men have kinship, a shared hope that one day their suffering will be over. It just won't be today. I will present tribute to the spire, a searing enigma. Behind it, 777 steps wind up the wall, leaving an open chimney in the middle that would be ideal if you had wings. At the very top waits a hunched figure wrapped in gauze. Are you friend, I wonder, or foe? No matter. You may call me Mr. Barleycorn. You have proven yourself resourceful. Let us see if you can also be useful. What do you want? There were 7 of us once. Yes. I have begun this dialogue before. A previous me. That person did not consider the Black Sun. I will. My lord, the halved, once judgment of measures and distance. Mr. Barleycorn bows to it. He knew of London. He beheld it through a wound in the world. We reached out and set his mark on those who trespassed on the wound. They became our messages, and when they found their way to the skies, their marks led them here, to the land of do as you please. The creature examines you. Would you care for one? A mark? I have 1 or 2 left. I don't want to be obligated in such a way. No, thank you. As you wish, says Mr. Barleycorn, returning his gaze to the Black Sun. Back downstairs, then, and back to the carapace. I do have other business here. Doors of leather, rubber, chitin, scale, fur, flesh, and feather. Each of them carved and branded with a letter of the correspondence. Let's locate a gland for the port report real quick. Then, we're going to locate a gland desired by the Chiropterous hoarder. Forget the rubbery men. You have a crew, and more importantly, a map. Down into the pith of the house you go, down with the murmuring of your crew in tow, down to the black, the cold, the rotted. The hours smear together as you search the site for evidence of the gland. It is only when all humor has bled from the expedition and there is nothing but ragged breath that you find the gland, all verdigris glow and livid with parasites. We did this on a previous captain as well, so I will talk to the hoarder back on the locomotive about it. This is something I still don't understand as well. The Lament of the Old Sun. Memories of Exile. Yes, they're offering up gold and amber to Mr. Barleycorn. Mumble of opportunities in Pan. I can take on a rubbery passenger. I can exchange Eleutherian mysteries for amber. I need to have my Eleutherian mysteries, but they do everything here based on amber. About curiosities. Okay, I see. You can get random trade goods based on exchanging amber. Back to the Throat of Lamentation. Let's go deeper. And deeper still. Here we go. You can choose volunteers dedicating a minimum of 5 crew to hunt for amber. This is similar to Lustrum mining, I think, but nastier and more dangerous. We're not going to commit to this yet. We don't have that many crew hanging out. I did get a slightly upgraded crew quarters, the Gleaming Galley. I think that is all we have to do here for now, then. Acquire more bronze wood. A little bit more fuel and supplies as well. Okay, I've got a couple options here. So I think I could go to... I think I had Bronzewood for Langley Hall as an opportunity. I just got the Bronzewood, so I could actually make my way up to Langley Hall. It's the clear other side of Eleutheria. Let's speak to officers briefly. The Inconvenient Aunt has finished with February. I did that shortly after arriving in Pan, so she needs to go to the Most Serene Mausoleum. The Fortunate Navigator has business in Eagle's Empyrean. The Clay Conductor I need to speak to further, and I can propose for him an imaginative solution which will require us to go to the Forge of Souls in the Blue Kingdom. And then we have the Feline Eccentric, but I cannot speak with the Feline Eccentric if there is damage on my engine. She will be distracted. Okay. This here is the Black Sun. We don't really want to hover around there. I imagine it might be possible to converse with the Black Sun. But all in all, we largely just need to go back to Pan unless we wanted to take a trip in at Piranesi or something to just explore. I've kind of got a lot to do at the moment. Let's see. I want to get together at least 7 Eleutherian mysteries before I leave Eleutheria. And currently we've got, I think, about 5. 6. Not bad. I can get them for turning in port reports, sometimes for killing monsters. Actually, the port report from the House of Rods and Chains would get me enough. But I think I'm going to cut east to Piranesi and see what else I might find along the way. There are still unexplored things here, and experience is still very valuable. And will continue to be valuable for quite some time. Once the winding roads of Eleutheria crisscross this area like a lattice. I do wonder in many cases how it is that roads ceased to be. Something up ahead. I'm not carrying my assaying gear, so I hope I won't have need of it anytime soon. This is the other side of Dusking's Deep. Yeah, but I can't interact with that right now. But that's where a relay will be if I finish building it in Albion. I have to go back to Albion, restart the whole dang thing, and get them a frankly ridiculous amount of materials. curator up ahead. This retreat angle is not ideal. Oh, it's actually better than I thought, isn't it? Ah. I had some shots going wide. But we're in it now. Let's do it. One more. No? Okay, took a bit of damage from that. Let's check for treasures. So if we go for treasures and then we get the option for a trophy? I don't know. Just more otherworldly artifacts. It's not very worthwhile. I get the sense that curators are not worth hunting in and of themselves. It's only worthwhile to go after what they're protecting. As they seem to be generally found in the vicinity of very valuable things. But they are quite tough and reasonably damaging. Their attacks are just a little bit difficult to evade, so you'll tend to take some damage from them. Piranesi, a prison without doors. This place is still very mysterious to me. Czar here is offering up more bronze wood, I'll take it. And they export Navarretine gemstones, but they do not offer any fuel. I've done this part before, at least. And I will go forward with the gallant reformer, as I've done in the past. Once more under the breach, he says with a tired smile. You follow him out of the cottage, up the gravel path, to the doorstep of Piranesi. Footprints are worn into the stone. He has no key. There is nothing and no one on the other side. You follow the reformer into the dark. Piranesi is, of course, bigger on the inside. The reformer's lamplight stretches only so far. You catch sight of dizzying spiral stairways, columns clad in chains, walls grooved by trickling water. The reformer strides ahead, boots splashing in the cold puddles. After a few minutes, you are halted by some toppled scaffolding. Piranesi has 3 rules, says the chaplain, helping you climb over the obstacle. The penalty for breaking them is incarceration, and the unwritten 4th rule is that chaplains are forbidden from explaining them to visitors, so I'm afraid you must discover them yourself. Tread carefully in the meantime. The statuaries are not far now. Watch your step, the flagstones here are uneven. Further into the prison, you begin to see inmates, faint lights shuffling across distant bridges, hunched figures with lamps chained to their wrists. See those lamps that the condemned carry, asked the reformer. They impose a distortion of distance. A prisoner's proximity to the exit is determined by how much they've changed since they entered. The more they change, the closer they are to freedom. Some are more mutable than others, and severity of sentence may vary. The reformer raises his lamp over a cavernous well. Light does not reach the bottom. Those cast into the deepest reaches must change beyond all recognition. I'll write a port report. This is how far I have to get in before a port report can be written. Shall we begin? The reformer moves between prisoners, fixing them one by one with an inescapable stare. For each, he has questions. What are your regrets? What suffering have you caused? Answer honestly, it's the only way you can escape. After that, the questions become specific, forensic. When the prisoner runs out of words, he quickly moves on and subjects another to his relentless interrogation. When he comes to the 5th prisoner, he steps back and nudges you. Your turn. I will tell him a cautionary tale, a horrifying story, what happens to those who fail to correct their sins. I'll be good, she promises fervently. You can stop with the details. The reformer claps a hand on your shoulder and chuckles softly. I have gained some rapport with the reformer. And then I will leave. If I build up enough rapport, I can learn about the other people who are here. You can do 2 tours before things are closed. Let me try the gray conformer. Gray hair, gray eyes, and a gray expression. More cement than steel. She reminds you that this is your last tour of the day. Very well. With marionette precision, she puts aside her tea and fetches an iron lamp from a high shelf. I will guide you to the best of my ability. You follow her out of the cottage. I keep mistaking that word. Up the gravel path to the doorstep of Piranesi. Footprints are worn into the stone. She takes an ornate silver key from her pocket, and when the door is unlocked, she holds it open for you. The conformer follows you into the dark. He knocked. She had a key. You follow the conformer down staircase after winding staircase, finally reaching a maze of flooded tunnels. The walls bristle with fierce black mold. The water is opaque. You can't see your feet. Here the most deeply condemned wallow, says the conformer. Like this servitor, too inflexible to change on its own. A twig-limbed creature slumps in the corner, raising its head only fractionally at her words. She wades past it without a second glance. I should listen to her questions. I need to know how she operates. When did you last feel anger, regret, grief? Why were you condemned? What did you do wrong? Would you prefer to forget? She listens to each answer with the barest hint of revulsion. As the prisoners pour out their hearts, they start to look puzzled. Most fall silent. Some try to keep going, talking circular nonsense. They seem to be forgetting their stories as they speak them. When the prisoners finally trail off in confusion, she delivers her advice. Shock your memories, abandon emotions, vacate your soul. I will approach the brittle servitor. Even as you step closer, you cannot tell if it's wearing a mask or if its face is made of porcelain. Luminous eels swim around its feet, but they vanish when you look at them directly. The lesser being has come to offer obeisance. Its voice issues from a clay urn slung across its back. Its words are the thudding echo of a stone bell, or perhaps to marvel at the disgrace of its superior. That's how I know when my advertisements are going to start. Okay, I'm going to let that ad play. So I will, let's see, I think I had a minute warning? I think it plays at the 30-minute mark, so I'm going to get through this, and then I'll take a break so that nobody misses anything. Hopefully I've gotten that right. This servitor lacks the malleability to escape the aberrant twins' prison. Will the lesser being assist its superior? Yes, I'll agree. The lesser being will travel to the House of Rods and Chains. It will petition the aberrant twin through its intermediary in the belfry. It will demand the servitor's freedom and a recompense for 2 centuries of inconvenience. Interesting. All right, 2 tours done. Time to leave. Seems Piranesi is closed to visitors today. As you leave, you come across the glistening deformer in the cottage's herb garden. I said cottage that time. I'm getting better. We're currently indisposed, he grunts, noticing you for the first time. We'll be open to visitors again in 2 weeks. As you turn to leave, he finally manages to embed his spade into the ground and levers up something tendril and twitching from the soil. Back after the ads. Let's see. I think I need to go back to Pan, then Langley Hall and the Eagles Empyrean. It's not bad. I say that, but I think the only people watching right now are subscribers who are not subject to ads anyway. Good on you guys. Thank you very much. I also say you guys, but I'm fairly certain it's just the one of you at the moment. The entirety of streaming is ultimately a performance for my own amusement. If it was anything more or less, I probably shouldn't engage in it. Or I should try a lot harder. If I wasn't overheated, I could have dodged that hit. Oh, I actually forgot to inform a number of people that I was going online. I should do that. Oh, my caps lock is on. And one more notice over here. There we go. Okay, so this is a firm blockage. I have been wondering if I could explore through there, and I suppose the answer is no. I could probably get clean to Farinor Hill in a single jaunt. I need to make sure I'm not going to collide with this. There we go. And now we keep our angle on for Winter's Reside. We're entirely about performances, aren't we? Oh, you're gonna crash into me. You jerk. Okay, so the collision takes me out of full steam immediately. But I took a big chunk of damage. I was correctly aligned. But this does provide proper caution about using full steam in populated areas. We won't want to use this in the vicinity of London at all. There's always a few ships milling about. Trains milling about, I suppose. No. I still call them ships, and I still refer to it very often as sailing. Alright, let's see. No prospects of the Bazaar. I think I've still got the prospects that were here. We are going through fuel a good bit faster, but we're wasting less time, and that's very nice. I have enough Eleutherian mysteries now to request the capture of my own death. So let's get that done. Stop into the Heartcatcher Gardens. I plan to be aligned with the Heartcatchers because they feel the most mirrors-oriented to me. They're weird. I ultimately, I just appreciate that they're quite strange. Now then, please, capture my prophesied death in the sky. Let's see. Villainous or Bohemian? I'm going to keep it on my bedside cabinet. Occasionally, you could take it out and contemplate your mortality. It also makes an excellent conversation starter. Poets and artists in particular are terribly impressed. You've acquired a new facet, a jar with your death in it. Gained 2 mirrors, gained 3 hearts, lost 5 veils. Does that make anything unequivocable? No. I know I barely have the requirements for the Proserpina mining array, so that one I had to look out for. Now, I don't think I have enough mysteries to do anything else interesting, much as I would like to. So, I'm going to proceed up to Langley Hall. I'm going to cruise by the Berenger, and then make my way on to Eagle's Empyrean to leave Eleutheria. I don't have that much business here. They didn't give me the prospect regarding the Murgatroyds, which is annoying. I would love to kickstart that. They also didn't give me any prospects regarding the Brazen Brigade or anything like that. It might be that I need to spend more time in Eleutheria if I want those things to trigger, or go to more places. I don't know. No business of the gentleman. I think I could replay the Well of Wonders. I'm not sure. That was a very, very long series of dialogue at the Well of Wonders, and in exchange I received, I think, just a Searing Enigma for a very long dialogue. If I can do that once per captain, that's kind of nice, but I'm not actually hurting for Searing Enigmas, despite the fact that they're fairly useful. Someone? I have a tremendous amount of other things. I'm actually full to bursting, almost, on unlicensed charts and cryptic benefactors. Oh, you are a bit of a stocky boy. Do not want to deal with the Star-Seared Explorer. What of your logs?
Excuse me.
A savage secret. Not bad, but a single savage secret is less than I get out of a ministry monitor. Those are more common and easier to dispatch. Ministry monitors actually have a very, frankly, absurd loot table. Something I have been considering that I may very well commit to. Let's get on up over here to Langley Hall. I'm thinking about using a lot of charts and Searing Enigmas and whatever to just amass a surprising amount of staircase mapping in Langley Hall and see what that might get me. We might actually be able to make distinct progress on finding Lord Langley, which is an entire storylet that has eluded me. I think I've got this in the wrong position. Okay. There we go. I had it like this before. That blocks the light better. Well, blocks the light better, but also reflects the indoor lighting better. When the outdoor lighting bleeds in, the balancing gets weird. I've been thinking about bringing up my divider. It'll look strange in the room, which is why I haven't done it, but it would probably benefit the stream. I'll take a moment on that. Let's see. Quite a lot. How's that? It does have a brighter seeming to it. There's still a bit of curtain. Well, that's going to be there either way, unless I had something else to cover it. His lordship's grand clear out, cheap bombazine, I'll take it. The moths have dined upon it. Let's go into Langley Hall. Langley Hall has a lovely track. Well, I must sign the guest book. I'll remain as I am. Let's begin to inquire after Lord Langley. I will respect the intentions of Langley Hall. I will respect his wishes. I must find the kitchen, the lounge, and the drawing room. Let's explore. So, I recall, yes, you can use unlicensed charts to move you forward, as well as moments of inspiration. Okay, so it won't accept any savage secrets here. Academy and Bohemia give you advantages as well. Well, I'm going to hand over a few charts. I can easily get more charts by blowing up more ministry monitors. Seems to be the most reliable means of acquiring charts. Staircase spelunking. I'll give up one of my moments of inspiration. Passed over quite a bit. We still cannot access the yellow drawing room, the laundry cupboard, or the study, but I think the places that we need to access are now more or less accessible. Let's go to the kitchen and check for the cook. I can talk to the notorious flirt. In order to search for Lord Langley, I will need a caged catch, and I need a hearts test. Let's go back to the hallway. I see. So long as I have entered a location once from this location, I can then go back from the main interface. Lounge. Your explorations have borne fruit. You found the door to the little lounge. The sound of snoring is quite loud. Ah, yes. So I need to be lingering at Langley Hall for a while to try and find Lord Langley's chair. Okay. Let's climb up to the solarium. You can trade tea for a ministry-stamped permit so long as you have establishment affiliations. There needs to be some amount of strength of the sun. If the sun is quite strong, this would be a different interaction. In terms of exploring, let us intrude upon the bathroom. There is a queue for the stalls. The notorious vaudeville act is occupying the nearest and is emptying their stomach noisily. A cluster of lesser lights is assembled around the door to ostentatiously offer sympathy. Someone has set up an impromptu bar by the sinks. Perched on an upturned bin, a fiddler plays along with a trombonist. A flautist wails for their time to interject. Waits for their time to interject. Actors, dancers, and poets take turns performing, entertaining, and competing with their peers. You have the option to debauch if you're staying a while. You'll need to bring your own cups, though. They've all been smashed in here. I'm only here to use the bathroom, thank you. A brief moment's respite. Gilded fixtures of the stall, the warmth of a bath, all to yourself. A glass of something to calm your nerves. Outside the door, an alto sings an aria. She powders your nose for you on your departure. How lovely. So, if I hang up my coat and hat for a moment, I might be able to find Lord Langley's chair. Let's get risky. A jovial doctor in a taupe waistcoat manages the cloakroom. This way, my lord. Let's see if we have any space left. He guides you to a hat stand nestled between a vast tower of wigs and a row of pinstriped suits. Do let me know if you find anything interesting during your stay, he says, so that I can avoid stumbling across it. You will linger for a time. I will return to the little lounge where sleep and candlelight reign. Resting will cost you a crew member. Noted. Let's find that chair. It would be best were your investigation not scrutinized. You wait for the opportune moment when enough of the guests are drowsing, wine-sodden and languid, to creep to the chair. It is a high-backed velvet horror that resembles a bat turned inside out. It creaks damnably if you so much as brush against it. It requires a steady hand and limitless concentration to fish around the crevices. You find coinage, crumbs, and dust. The springs are damnable, the patterning lamentable. Finally, your hands hook around. What's this? A map. A map directing you to the study. I see. Let's get on out of here. So it seems to access the study, we will need to have some greater affiliation with Academy. With the Academe. I will recover my coat and hat. It's time to leave Langley Hall. Something tells me that, okay, no, I can hang up my coat and hat again, I guess? I don't know. I'm not sure how much I can engage with Langley Hall without being punished. There's some deliberate mystery going on. Oh, here we are. The shady sale of an unlikely amount of tea. Sure. We'll buy some tea. If I need to pump my academy, the clay conductor's got my back. Oh, nope. I'm already getting my academic affiliation from the analytical princess. Ah, the defiant devil has got me covered. So with the defiant devil, I could try and get into the study. Let's see. I'll use an expedition. It didn't work. I lost 3 supplies. Just take my charts. Just eat up all my charts, all my inspiration. Let's find our way through here. I am distinctly curious. One more. I will need to get more of these now. How far along is this damned study? Oh. I've already gone far enough. I just needed to actually make the change. Knock for admittance to the study. There's a smell of pipe smoke. A bevy of academics congregate inside the study, where they discourse, dispute, and declaim. Here Lord Langley has a panoply of curiosities from old London. Skulls without eye sockets leer from the shelves. Encrustations of amber gleam in the lamplight. Bottles of fungal wine are stacked on shelves and desks. 2 stately gentlemen appear to be, between sips of scotch, tossing a curled-up mammal back and forth. That's not a ball. I will rescue Perfect Pangolin. I know about the Perfect Pangolin because there's an achievement in the game for getting all of the animal companions. I didn't know where to find it, though. The pair are only too glad to accommodate your questions about their toy, which is revealed to be a spectacularly well-shaped, well-mannered pangolin. Despite their assurances that the animal consents to the peculiar treatment, the pangolin looks distressed. It takes several hours, 2 games of catch, an inadvisable amount of alcohol, and the discovery of a rattan ball in an unexplored cupboard to free the pangolin from its elegant captors. Very good. You can argue to exchange visions of heaven for moments of inspiration, which is quite beneficial. I see. Here in the study, you can bring it all together. So I need to accomplish things in the other locations where Lord Langley might be. And those places being... You can't reference your journal while you're exploring. So, it's caged catches in the kitchen. There was, considering his chair in the little lounge, I think there are some other areas that I needed to access. Peek inside the upstairs laundry cupboard. You found your way to the laundry cupboard. You can search the cupboard, but it requires a moment of inspiration, which I have. One left. I'll hang up my coat and hat. And I will go to the upstairs laundry cupboard, and I'll search the cupboard. Pushing through innumerable pillowcases, you come across a woman sitting quietly, legs crossed. She is absorbed in a book. A cup of tea rests untouched by her feet. "Oh, sorry," she says, marking her place and closing the book. "I was just taking a break. I usually keep an eye on things for Lord Langley. Make sure that no one's making anyone else feel unwelcome. But it all gets a bit much sometimes. No one bothers me here. I'll be out again shortly." She returns to reading, but not before sharing some tea. Langley Hall feels increasingly like your home away from home. Seems dangerous. Let's go ahead and grab our coat and hat. And we'll pull away from Langley Hall. Time to go. We'll restock on supplies. And let's see. Considering what we have in the hold, we want to go back to Pan before making our way to Eagle's Empyrean. It's kind of the nature of Eleutheria that I'll generally only be going to one location and then back to Pan almost every time. So we'll build up port reports quite slowly. So tomorrow, I believe, marks the release of Wesker in Dead by Daylight. I may be spending some time on that. Wonder if anybody else might be looking forward to that. I feel that sometime in this captain's lifetime, we'll have to sail into one of those dark spots. I'm just hoping to learn more about it first. Is that Dowser going to actually come around? Seems like it's not really on the right heading to intercept me. Ouch. Ouch. Didn't get him. That'll get him. All repairs is very necessary right now. I suppose I had intended originally on going to the Beringer, and I forgot. Yes, I think I'll grab Wesker, and then if I have any... Depending on how much I have to pay for at once, if I have some Oryx cells left over, I might also pick up Ghostface. Oh. Okay. I suppose I hadn't discovered this place that is just clearly explored, sitting out here in the middle of nowhere. Going up against these crazy explorers, I don't want to fully overheat. Because I want to be able to avoid that maneuver. They very reliably do. I'm just going to make my way down into Pan now. Ah, here we go. Oh. That ought to be something. Partner eels. Now, how many Eleutherian mysteries have I come across? Is it enough to align with the heart catchers, maybe? The hour of trumpets when devils roam. Stay to quarters. I almost misclicked there because of a forced scroll. Okay, we only have 2 mysteries. I'm not certain if that's actually enough for anything. Oh, sorry, I already knew that. Bombazine to the House of Rods and Chains. This would be quite profitable. I could do it. I have the Bombazine. Speaking of profitable things, I need to spend a moment. We definitely are using more fuel. I need to spend a moment just selling a few things from the bank, notably. I need to sell some of these hours. 65 hours is not a reasonable number of hours to hold on to. There we go. And apart from that, I've gotten a good stockpile of Neveritine gemstones now, and a bit of Thirsty Bombazine, which is needed for enough plot lines that I really need to hold on to it. Seems I have no stained glass at all, and I would be comfortable with more than 10 caged catches for certain. Everything else is really holding up. I enjoy having a lot of resources. Let's see. Prospects like this, we've got literature to Eagles Empyrean. So, very good. We'll make good on that. That's fine. Bombazine to the House of Rods and Chains. Do I want to go back to the House of Rods and Chains for the purpose of selling Bombazine? I don't particularly want to, but I'll pick up the prospect just because. Now, let's see. That's right, they sell the Medea here, which would be 2 heavy weapon slots. I haven't looked at this in a while. I'm not really eager to make a change. Ugh, -5 hold slots, making that adjustment. That hurts. That's painful. The Moloch is very similar to our vessel. 1 less hull plating, 2 additional crew quarters, which should be very useful with some of the experimental gear. So you can use the experimental gear to either put a utility item there or to get something else going. The helm slots by default are just crew quarters, but experimental gear makes that more interesting, and I do have some experimental gear in the bank. A rubbery enclave. Ah, yes, I had my rubbery man to deliver. Thank you. Ah, an extra Eleutherian mystery. That's handy. I can speak with the rubbery suffragist. Not much to that. Little mingling, maybe? Okay. We've got a lot of descriptive text that I've gone through before. I've got a recruitment opportunity. Let's try. Probably only get 2 people. There we go. Turning to King Zadil. Right, so we're at the point where we could stick around here for money reasons, but I think we're just going to go Certainly there are profitable opportunities in Eleutheria, but they don't outpace the profitable opportunities in London by enough for me to worry about it. I can generally make profit enough in Albion. Let's cross the Belt of Midnight. That's always fun to do. There are a few places in the Reach where I can make fine profit. I just don't always happen to get the opportunities to offload those goods. But anytime I can sell honey, bombazine, or gemstones, that's the best. Those become fairly high priority activities. I really am just not excited about going back to the House of Rods and Chains. Maybe if I had stockpiled more people. Okay, there's a few things I could maybe divert course for, but I think the something craving, the lips icon, usually indicates a hermitage while we're out here in Eleutheria. You can make some potent exchanges at a hermitage, but it's less interesting than a crossroads, or perhaps, well, the crossroads are very expensive. I'd rather just run into grievers whenever possible. Oh, something to sail around. Excuse me. Eruptions of Clotted Night. Yes, extinguishments. I wish I knew more about them. I wonder if this captain may have more chance to engage in the Great Game. It's an Empyrean vessel. I do have a bit of a difficult time telling the Empyrean vessels and the dowsers apart. We arrive at the Lane of Lions and Unicorns. Oh, you can also hire on crew here. There's some literature. I've gained another permit. And they've got surplus munitions. Very good. I can use those munitions for cheap transport out of here. The Altani is actually pretty tempting, but I'm generally keeping to the hold space. I can get repairs here without having to give up Eleutherian mysteries. Join with the ceremonies regarding their new ship. Get a visa. I see. Gather a port report. I'll introduce myself at the embassy to get a visa. And then in the Empyrean, I present my visa to the guards, and we move along. Let's see. I think I missed something. I should have progressed that earlier. Here we go. Journey towards the Borogerl graveyard. Bespectacled official. Give my assent to speaking with the bespectacled official. Port reports are in demand in the Eagle's Empyrean. I see. I will distract the caretaker with a vision of the heavens. We now have the corpse of the navigator's friend. And our visa is now kind of expired. You are only allowed to visit once every fortnight. Frequent visits are regarded with suspicion. Don't have any bargains here or anything else fancy, so take a moment to speak with the fortunate navigator once I have gotten a new unlicensed chart. Very good. Well then. We're in fine condition. I'm just going to go on to the Reach Transit Relay. We'll return to the Reach, and in the Reach I can acquire all number of things by blowing up ministry ships. These guys really carry the good stuff. On to customs. Nothing to declare. And, here. Have some munitions. The official begins calibrating the time looms. Da 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 da. We've done all this before. We've got business in Port Prosper in London. Once we've gotten back to London, we can begin work on a secondary relay as well. Your locomotive has a horn. You may toot it. It does nothing. I suppose a game about trains would be incomplete if you could not engage the horn. I suppose I don't have much business here in the Reach, apart from moving straight along. Farewell. Huh. Our hull came out of the Eagle's Empyrean yards with 1 damage. Unless I skirted along something on my way out, which I don't recall. I must have bumped into something. Hybris is already deserted and I've already looted it. But I think going north through Hybris along to Fate's Fall is still more efficient. Yes, Mr. Barleycorn wanted to ask about this. I should investigate his work. Go ahead and test on me. It's fine. He is warming up to me. Yes, I'm ready. So we have done this part before. We have lost 250 experience. These things happen. I will use the red honey on myself, gaining 3 savage secrets, which is handy. And it will tell me that its next step is to go to the Most Serene Mausoleum, to the Tomb of Albert. We'll get to work on that later. Stay away from me, you thing. There we go. That should help with our supplies. We can eat this stuff pretty routinely with our mirrors being as high as it is. We're very good at cooking, it turns out. There's not really a reason to stop in at Hybris. We still have our Hybris port report from when we went into Eleutheria in the first place. You can get a very small terror reduction by just hanging out. I think sometimes you can get Bronzewood, but it's a 50-50 shot. I don't know about that. I still can't finish up at Carillon. My soul is not flickering. And I'll need a flickering soul to get access to inescapable truth. I did successfully build the Uninvited, the guests-based weapon. It's largely just a weaker weapon than the Wrath of Heaven. It doesn't generate as much heat. You can fire it more quickly. And it doesn't fire guest itself, it fires guest secretions. The creation of the weapon was kind of fascinating. Your captain comments to the crew upon creating the weapon that the guests can be placated with tchotchkes, teacups, things like that. Egg cups is actually what it mentions, not teacups. But they like mementos and things that remind you of home. They're ultimately, in many ways, they're pitiable little lost things. In other ways, they're just, you know, weird murder squiggles. What the hey? Well, isn't this something? Take you for all you've got. I'll just get the repairs here. Anytime it draws close, I have to use the light gun. Otherwise, I can damage my own engine. I'm not immune to the splash. Pick up a crew member. Yes. What if Star Madness seizes him? We'll be fine. Let's see. While we're still not at full health, I realized that I forgot to speak with the, with our cat-bearing crew member. Oops. Progress for them relies on going to Piranesi. So I should have gotten that done before leaving Eleutheria. But repairing your ship is annoying in Eleutheria. You can only really get it done conveniently over at Eagle's Empyrean. I think you can get it done at either the Revolutionaries' place, the Winter's Respite, or maybe the Brazen Brigade. I don't recall. Oh, hey. Hackety ship. It's no monitor, but it's loot. Lost a crew member. He may have seen what I did. I'm basically losing crew members here on 100% success rate tests. So, yep. There's just too much death out there in the skies. What are you to do about it? Alright. I just want to put in briefly at New Winchester. And then we're going to make our way to Port Prosper and into Albion. Now I'll see to business in London and the Mausoleum at the very least. Maybe a couple other places. Ultimately, we'll see where Meg wants to go. Is there anything to do in the city? No, I don't have any passengers or anything like that. 8 hours for the Ringmaster. Bronzewood for Port Prosper. We're going up there anyway. 7 consignments of Bronzewood. I don't remember if I can do that or not, but we can buy additional Bronzewood. I do have 7 consignments. 7? Yes. But if I'm first going to be taking 5 hours to the Ringmaster... Right, so we'll carry it like this. We'll buy the rest of the Bronzewood we need from Palmyr's on the way. Need... That's right, it's at the Wolvesy. Full repairs. Can we bring on more people yet? That is the wrong option. I clicked the wrong thing. Ah, there we go. Not quite a full ship. That's okay. Let me see. I wanted to converse with Feline Eccentric. I will need ministry-approved literature. Thank you. Let's chat. Break the ice with an offer of approved reading material. He smiles. Thanks, Captain. A cat hisses furiously at you from its perch on the overhead piping. Stop it, Asmodee! The eccentric scolds. Thanks, Captain, she continues. I brought some books with me, but I've all read it. A prolonged, deafening clamor interrupts her. A second cat has knocked over a toolbox, covering the floor in spanners. The third climbs under the engine and becomes trapped in a gauntlet of pumping pistons and whirring wheels. It yowls pitiably. You can tell that she can help herself to... You tell her that she can help herself to the books when she's less occupied. 3 sets of yellow, baleful eyes watch you depart. They seem smug. Okay, we need the passage of time for more to happen. Perfect pangolin is worth 1 Vales. Okay. We still have not acquired the cat. The useless cat, I believe that's gotten from the Well of the Wolf. But I think it might be a random well. Alright then. Let's see. I suppose we're on to Port Prosper then. But I might want to acquire a little bit more in terms of fuel and supplies. I'm just going to grab a bit of extra fuel because we're just about to tick over. We're going to Palmyre and Plenty's first. And then Port Prosper. And then off to Albion. Just a quick bit of trading, but we've got some storyline to do in Port Prosper, and I'll be glad to go to Albion afterwards. I think we'll be very close to finishing up the Ratty Brigade at that point in time. I wonder how far you have to be traveling on full steam for it to be a worthwhile choice to go full steam. Because this doesn't seem like it's enough distance. I feel like you want to be crossing a really big portion of map because of the extra fuel consumption involved. Maybe it's just the kind of thing you do to avoid worries of impatience. Like, I mean, it's like, I just don't care about the money, I just want to get there. Maybe you do it then. That being said, my concerns for coin, which I thought were rapidly being resolved, resurface at the most inconvenient of times. After spending about 6,000 or whatever it was on the Tisiphone, my nest egg has largely evaporated. New arrivals. Listen to them. Terror reduction. Bazaar, we provide ours. They're selling souls. I don't quite care, I don't think. I need the 5 bronze wood from the big top shop. It's a little pricey this way, but it's fine. And do I have a port report? I didn't actually take... Oh, I did not. Very good. Might as well collect some free tickets while I'm here. Oh, I've actually gotten good at recruiting crew from them. Well, there you go. Run away from the circus with me. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, if you have to go through somewhere that's terrifying, going through it at a clip seems like a good idea. I also imagine that it might be a good idea, if you're going to the Rochester races, for instance. And I don't know how good those opportunities really come out to be. They have a tendency to ask you to go to the far side of freaking Albion and back, and that never feels like something I want to do. It's like, no, I'm not in the mood to go straight to Parliament and then straight back, doing nothing else in the meantime. For a moment there, I couldn't read the text quite right, and it seemed to me as though that was a Peach Marauder rather than a Reach Marauder. And as I chuckled, slightly amused, he died. Punch it! Yeah, we can punch it most of the way to Port Prosper. Make sure I'm set to clear these stones. Ah, Whisper Winds. Take a secret. And leave my crew alone. Ah! Ministry Monitor. Certainly worth slowing down for. Excuse me, good sir. Are you aware of your valuable? I couldn't construct a fully fledged pretense. Now then, I will use you to pull together an unlicensed chart, and I will use that chart to converse with my fortunate navigator. What do you intend to do with that corpse? An eager demand. Alton's body is propped in the navigator's desk chair, cushioned with his pillow. Embalming his preserved body. Its limbs are too thin, its skin a greenish gray, but it looks peaceful. It faces the window, but, and it is probably for the best, the eyelids are shut. The navigator talks while he works, scrawling circles and roots on your chart. King Geyser was a slayer of demons. We must battle a monster from the sky, something fearsome. Maybe a senior scrivener, or a scornfluke, or one of the undeparted. Something worthy of a song. The map he returns to you is so enthusiastically marked that it is unusable. Alright. There's a few different ways to find these things. Most of them you can find in Eleutheria, but you can also find scornflukes in Albion. Which might be what we rely on. I can't actually recall what our aunt was needing next. Yes, Serene Mausoleum. Very good. Gorgeous souls. We've got a couple reasons to go to the mausoleum then. Which is handy. Into Port Prosper we go. I did get the company back to equal standing, so I can't turn in port reports here, unfortunately. Not that I have too many Reach port reports sitting around. Let's get back into the Ratty Brigade plotline. But first, a bit of exploration, port report of Port Prosper itself. I need to purchase a costume for Geese. That's related to Palmyra and Plenty's. How many nameplates do I have? 6? I think I need more Savage Secrets. Grab a couple of those. He'll ask me for a further task. Delivery of the round table on New Winchester. I've done this before. I have no problems doing it again. Let's see. I could have sworn the rats needed me over here. Is there something else that they need to do? Travel to Port Prosper and infiltrate the Windward Company factory. That's what I thought we needed to do. Where is the prompt? Company. Celebrations? Ah, here we go. I don't need to sneak in. I know the chairman. The guard cheerfully unlocks the wrought iron gates. The decorative butterflies gleam as the gates swing open. Your sleeves are frantic with excited rats, forcing you to clamp your arms to your sides as you walk in. Inside, foremen doff their caps. A junior partner offers you tea and some of those nice little biscuits. Workers look away. Everyone believes you are exactly where you should be. Ah, yes. Yes, some munitions is best for getting in here. There are guards watching the workers. There are guards watching the machinery, valuable if dismantled, disastrous if sabotaged. There are guards watching the upper doors into the private offices of the company board. Still, they can't watch everywhere. After only a few minutes, you've identified the door to the lieutenant's office. The little rat hole cut into the bottom of the door gives it away. We'll sneak in. Albrecht nuzzles your hand encouragingly. You have a band of trained sabotage rats. Use them. Yeah, we're not very good at this. It was all going so well until Albrecht sneezed. My lord, why is your sleeve sneezing? A formidable forewoman approaches. Your explanations do not convince her. Matters deteriorate when the parsimonious chairman exits the lieutenant's office. What's all this fuss? No, I don't need to know. Just have them removed. You are escorted from the premises. You will have to try again. Returning to your engine, you discover a particularly vigorous company inspection has driven some of your crew away. I see. So each time I make this attempt, I am risking a crew member and a bit of terror. For a 50-50, that's fine. We can do this at least 3 times. And there we go. Wilma's had a plan for this situation ready for months. Well, I don't sleep well. Albrecht is the distraction. His performance as a lost pet rat is riveting. A gaggle of guards argue over who's taking him home for their children. Meanwhile, aided by an unstoppered vial of black smoke courtesy of Vian, Petronella gets to work with lockpicks. She disarms the triple vial of cantankerite poison, the rotating tumblers, and the serrated unlock mechanism. Cinders barrels through the door. You open the door and sneak in, followed by the rats. Within the plush office, the parsimonious chairman is sipping tea, while an elderly rat goes about harnessing the peacock wind to increase production. Cinders coughs politely, scurries through your legs, and jumps up onto the table, pistol in paw. The elderly rat blinks several times. Cinders? I was wondering when this day would come. His voice quavers like an unfortunate flute solo in a school concert. My dear chairman, I advise that you do not move or even blink for the duration of this interview, or I suspect someone might do something unpleasant. The lieutenant turns his attention back to you. Before you do anything, I have one thing to say. Cinder's derringer is aimed squarely at the elderly rat's face. The parsimonious chairman moves to add half a lump of sugar to his tea, but thinks better of it. I'm going a little too fast on some of these lines. The lieutenant cowers before her. It wasn't me, he squeaks. Cinders blinks. You what? The words pour from him. I knew Sarge was up to something. Covert meetings, solitary reconnaissance. He made the deal with the company. There was a miscommunication. They fired too soon. Afterwards, they assumed I'd been in on it. They offered me everything. They'd offered him. Everything they'd offered him. Yeah. Yes, I took it. And I took your blame, too. Never told, did I? Let you keep your memory of your dear old Sarge. Maybe he shouldn't be shot dead. She shoots and misses, and we move along, and I spend a bit of time at a grand ball. Let's see, back at Queen's Cross. I suppose I will simply move along to Albion. Let's remember to actually provide them with a bronze what I'm carrying. That would have been terribly unfortunate. They're selling some hours, I'll pick them up. And we'll acquire additional fuel. The Tisiphone is certainly a hungry engine. All right. Need to be better about it. We're off to Albion, with just a little bit of a scrape on the way in. Present ourselves to customs. Nothing to declare. First class travel, please. Enemies won't pursue you forever. If you're outmatched, try running away. Let's speak further with the rats. About Sarge. What was he like? How did he die? Albrecht is polishing his claws. Sarge casts a long shadow. He assembled us as the start of the Winchester War. The best fighting rats who came through the avid horizon. He made us a unit. He adjusts his whiskers. But we had no respect. We were expendable. To get better contracts, we had to be respectable. So he found a rodent of officer class to lead us. Not hamster, I think. He sighs. And that's where it all went wrong. He lapses into silence and will say no more. I'll ask Petronella to continue. Petronella takes up the thread, frowning over her glasses. So we had a new boss, the lieutenant. Now he wanted the admiration of command. But the Tacketies and the Stovies didn't trust us because we was mercs. Just rats, right? We did eventually get a lucrative contract from the Tacketies to sabotage the governor's engine to stop a fleeing New Winchester. Risky. Who else had the know-how to get it done, right? Her question is rhetorical. Her smile is proud. She pauses. More some other time, I think. Let's hear the end of it. He's brought wine. She's brought scotch. It would have worked, Albert says mournfully. But the lieutenant had taken a contract of his own with the Vinwood Company. Yeah, okay, so this is the, this is actually the backstory that I missed out on a little bit. I could have read that earlier. But it's leading into things that we already knew because we've been told by the lieutenant what actually happens. The Rat Brigade is ready to head to London to open Sarge's vault. So even if Sarge betrayed them, he did, theoretically, leave them behind a vault with money and the means to access it. Well, assuming that there's money in the vault. Hopefully there is. Maybe not. Perhaps we'll find something sympathetic. A pile of regrets. Sometimes a pile of regrets can be valuable in the peculiar world we explore. Not quite so valuable as romantic literature. Still, most hilarious contraband. Excuse me, just, if you don't mind, gonna just take you out there. We have a perfect success rate on this search for Ministry Secrets action. I've got 10 Savage Secrets and only 1 Vision of the Heavens. We'll build up more secrets. I want my secrets to be sitting at something like 20. Secrets and visions are, like, a decently valuable currency. So, when I last left Brabazon, they were experiencing a revolution. Let's see how the revolution has transpired. You can see only overseers in the bit between. An overseer runs up to where you stand by your locomotive. The revolution's over. The governor asked about you. He tries to say more, but needs to catch his breath. Finally, he's restored enough to continue. He seemed eager to see you. Said to let him know if you docked, but maybe you should just head straight across. Tell him yourself. In the front room behind the desk is the valorous activist. He's not seen you. In front of him, with their backs to you, are 2 men. Neither has removed their stovepipes. The advisory board was horrified to learn of conditions under the previous governor. Genuinely shocking. We're convinced that you are the person to right the ship. After all, who knows it better than you? The man takes out a sheet of paper and places it on the desk. You can't see what it says. The other stovepipe speaks. There are some practicalities that might mean progress is slower than you or I would like. Production must be kept up, of course. After all, that's what put food on the table. But I'm sure you can find efficiencies your predecessor couldn't. We leave it in your hands, Governor. Both stovepipes chuckle warmly. They shake the hand of the new governor, and they leave, giving you a small nod as they pass. The new governor looks confounded. Whatever he expected, it was not this. Congratulations, then. He transitioned from leader to ruler of sorts. He must be delighted. I suppose. The governor stares at his desk. After several moments, he speaks again. If the furnaces die, so does Brabazon. The reality is, I can only shuffle a few workers off the work world, but the rest would freeze. There just isn't the time or the ships. He smiles, bright, charming. I can make things better, at least. I can give them hope. He glances at the document on his desk. I won't be leaving. I've no use for this. Take it. A royal dispensation. Consequentially, the other royal dispensation I have was also acquired from this same plot line on a different captain. Right. I will deliver the Chaperone's Bequest, which is the jeweled eye. I will deposit as requested. 2 ministry stamp permits and a bit of experience. Nothing severe. I'll recruit a crew member from the work world. Over in the bit between... I can stand for Parliament here. We'll try it. Hey! Look at that, we're an MP. I will accept my new role without any grace whatsoever. We can go back to Parliament and try to pass laws now. They don't matter, because this is an empire, not a republic. I will deliver the Sequencer's care package. I had a bit of work for Brabazon that was all held up by the revolution. And that's the same well-intentioned package as before. I will wave at children on the way to school. Because now they go to school at Brabazon. If I pop over to Little Nice, most of the opportunities and things are the same. You can still bring gossip to take tea with the governor. The governor icon, I believe, has changed, I think. Back to the bit between. And let's see. I have a ministry stamped hermit to go to the official Brabazon backstreets. It might now be an official route, but it's still through the maintenance hatch. It's not a dignified departure. I'll write a port report in the true Brabazon. Yeah. I'll trade them some sovereigns to spare the birch. Tales of terror. Workers respect their lot in life. I will trade sky stories for a savage secret. It's handy. Used over a quarter of your time. I will supplement their rations. Okay, and I'll go back to the locomotive. So from here, you can't trigger a second... You're no longer contributing things to trigger a revolution. You're contributing stuff to suppress a possible revolution from then on out. But it's a good source of tales of terror, sky stories, and things like that, which are ultimately basic currencies. So there's a bargain here to pick up a lot of hours. I'll go ahead and fill up on those. But I'm liable to just sell them off for basic pricing in London. So, let's go to London. So I can tell that an ad triggered because I see that it's on cooldown, and because the viewership is sharply declined. Is that because an ad is currently playing, or because an ad triggered and people just left? I'm always trying to suss that out. Hello, Storm that speaks. Excuse me. I'm just going to London. Yeah, I don't know how the system works, and it keeps tempting me to turn it off. Because I'll build up to 5 viewers and... gone. It's really rustling my jimmies. I swear, these dreadnoughts pick, like, the worst possible direction to go. Like, I was thinking, I'll skirt past this guy on the wall. There's no way he'll fly directly into the wall. And that's what he does. All right. Back to London, and we've got a good bit of business to attend to. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is actually get a bit of coffee. Now, there's a few things to see to here. I'm going to begin by depositing these hours in the bank, and I also need to switch out for my assaying tools, even if it means we lose a bit of capacity. I like using the Durandal while I'm here in... I like using the Durandal somewhat, but I might actually need to change it out. Let's use the Wit and Vinegar winch and pulley for now instead of the Durandal. We'll put these away. So we can maintain the hold at 23. I could maybe use the Montresor chamber, but I kind of like the additional holding space. Let's see, fitted cupboards, that is a helm slot. Ratty baggage holders, more veils. Dang it. It's also a utility slot. Okay. I don't care about the rest. Alright. The Bazaar, Bronzewood for Parliament, Gemstones for the Mausoleum is a very good opportunity, so we'll make sure we do that. Speaking with the Insistent Surveyor, we'll hear her proposal regarding a new... Yeah, we'll offer her transport to Dusking's Deep. A new relay in Dusking's Deep that connects Albion and Eleutheria. We'll really want that to be up and running. We'll return to the Gloomy Middleman. I'm not actually going to engage in any smuggling, but I think there's some initial advantages to having that opportunity opened. Hallage's central office is a restrained Art Nouveau building, not far from the Ministry. Its girders are curlicued. Huh. I have never read that word before. I'm not sure if that's accurate. Its ornamentation offers a tasteful nod to the clockwork court. Its palette is faded gold, like the afterglow of a sunset. Inside, dark wood furnishings, bronze wood countertops, and comfortable chairs beside verdant potted plants. Anything to make the customer forget that they are dealing with anything so crass as money. You approach the nearest clerk, introduce the Rat Brigade, and produce the relevant account number. The clerk's eyebrows raise. At Hallage's, we measure ourselves by the quality of our clientele, she says, sounding thoroughly miserable. This way, please. The clerk leads you through an interminable series of hallways, through offices, studies, and libraries. At last, you arrive at a spiral staircase of wrought iron. You descend flight after flight, the brigade growing heavy on your shoulders. Eventually, you emerge into a chamber whose walls are set with many metal doors. The clerk unlocks one and steps aside. The Rat Brigade is silent. The rats follow you in. The clerk smiles. "I'll be here if you need me," she says, no doubt ready to summon the guards if anyone puts a whisker out of place. The vault is hewn from the very foundations of London. Mineral deposits glisten in trails along the walls. Iron girders support the stone, enclosing the space within like a cage. Further doors extend from the central vault. Each bears a brass plaque with the name of a member of the Rat Brigade. In the center of the vault, a piece of paper rests on a stone dais. The note reads in tiny handwriting, "I'm sorry." The door marked Petronella. The door swings open silently. Good oil on the hinges, Petronella says, her voice betraying a slight tremor. Come on, I've been waiting for this for... Inside is a set of miniature trains. A whole clockwork railway set commissioned from Icarus and Sons, the renowned toy makers. Petronella examines the set carefully, commenting on the intricacy of the gears, the detail of the antique engines. Then she leaves the room empty-handed. Not keeping them. He doesn't get to clear his conscience with a bribe. The door marked Albrecht. I'd appreciate the company, my lord. Albrecht takes a deep breath and bristles his whiskers. All right, after you. The room is empty, but for a card on a wooden table, Albrecht scampers up the table leg and takes the card in his paws. His whiskers twitch as he reads. He squeaks excitedly, before remembering himself and feigning a cough. Excuse me, an invitation to a certain house in Eleutheria, suitable for rats of my persuasion. An odd gift, but I have always wanted to visit, and now, one day, I shall. Excuse me, I'd like a moment alone. The door marked Wilma. There's a merry gleam in her eye. The door is heavy and creaks as it opens. Wilma sighs. Of course he didn't bother for the maintenance for my room. Let's see what the old crook left. Oh, hello. Inside the room is a little table with a silver key and an address written on a neat card. The address is very fine indeed. Well, well, I may be moving up in the world. A house. Well, I suppose I may have cause to entertain a few guests in the near future. Door marked Vianne. I'm dying to get in there, I just want to know. Vianne's feet patter with excitement. Could you help with the door? There are only two things on the dust-covered table inside. A velvet purse containing a few sovereigns, and a ticket to Palmyre and Plenty's inconceivable circus. Vianne sighs. Transparent as ever. I suppose it's obvious where Angel would go. She shakes her head. Fine. If the dead are telling me to bury the hatchet, perhaps I should listen. But I'm on a reform mission, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She takes the ticket, leaving the sovereigns behind. On the door marked Angel. Yep. This is the name of a very good trauma specialist at Magdalene's. So each between Vianne and Angel had the instructions to go see the other. The door marked Humphrey. The lieutenant sighs. Do I even want to know? This lieutenant's actual name is Humphrey. The room contains nothing but a casket. Inside is a moldering hamster corpse and a deed from Lovelace and Fedlock, pet procurers. The lieutenant reads the deed and snorts. This is supposed to be my grandmother. Turns out I am a pedigree after all. Closes the casket firmly. Let's leave. Not like I can make any use of it. No, I was using an aged voice for him previously. It's a misstep. Our long-range gunner. She died on the blockade, says Cinders. Guess Sarge thought she'd make it. A collection of faded dolls and a bottle of wine arranged in a circle as if at a tea party. Quartermaster, Albrecht's mate, didn't make it. Inside is a golden ring and a set of expensive dishes complete with several moldering recipe books. The ring has dulled. The door marked Seamus. Died getting us off the governor's engine. The room contains a permit. It allows one-way travel back through the avid horizon. The door marked Cinders. Cinders looks at you. You go in if you want. I'm not giving the bastard the satisfaction. The door creaks open. True to her word, Cinders remains outside. Go on, curiosity kills cats, not me. Inside is a battered insignia, 2 tiny pearl-handed revolvers, and a note. The note reads, I'm really sorry. The reverse reads, take care of them. This has been scribbled out and replaced with, look after them. This too has been crossed out. The final version reads simply, I'm sorry. The insignia is of sergeant rank. Cinders asks you to close the door behind you. You've seen all you care to of Sarge's bequest. Cinders calls the squad to order. She mounts the stone dais, kicking away Sarge's note. Now, some of you may think this is a pointless endeavor, that all we found was a broken rat's regrets. Yes, Sod was not what we believed. He was a right rotten sod, but did he destroy us? No. We're down good rats, aye. But the rest of us are still here together, now. How many years later? And that's all down to us. There is a chorus of ragged squeaks from the rat brigade. Right you are, boss, the lieutenant shouts. Cinders grins fiercely. Sod, Sarge. We did this. We got back together. Grab what you want, and get back on the engine. She looks up at you. Captain's command now. You have helped the rat brigade achieve their goal. They're not the same because of it. The ratty reunion will work on your locomotive. Nice. So, the ratty reunion is plus 10 hearts and plus 2 establishment. Which is pretty cool, because I think previously they were Veils and Villainy. But they're proper sorts now. Nothing's gotten unequipped. My current balance of stats has me very disposed to hearts. I think I'm going to make a change the signaler back from the devil to the signs and signals of the high wilderness. I have noticed 2 captains inheriting, they have kept the signs and signals each time. I get the feeling the signs and signals will always be on the ship. Other promoted officers I've had to go and find again. All right. Let's see. Is there any further dialogue with them? You can spend time with the ratty reunion, but there's not much more to it. So this puts our balance of skills up to, about the same. I can do more with more irons. I just had my doorbell ring. That doesn't usually happen. I'll be right back. And we're back. It was a next-door neighbor checking to make sure it was okay for them to use my driveway for a moment to unload some things. And that is a good change, like 3 reasons. Previously, whomever was there, have used my driveway without asking me before. The vacant house has had alarms going off, and the alarm will be going off and beeping for somewhere between 6 and 24 hours without being corrected. I don't know what set it off in the first place, but there was nobody there to turn it off or see to it. So that's just been happening sometimes. So I'm very hopeful that a new next-door neighbor will not have alarms going at whatever time of night, and will not be consistently occupying my driveway. I turned off my headset. Why did I do that? There we go. We can hear again. Okay, let's see. I kind of wanted more irons. Spiriford. Once upon a time, someone took out your soul. You drew it out of your mouth, delicate silver form. We recovered it through a deal with the devil. Now, the House of Jude. St. Jude's is a new sequence church in the lower, poorer levels of London. The new sequence preaches glories of the Clockwork Sun. that it will rewrite the old order of the cosmos and establish a new age. Inside, tall windows admit shafts of sunlight. By the time it penetrates the smog that chokes the lower layers, it is smoky and yellow and purgatorial. Speak to the priest. When you tell him that you are looking for a friend, he puts the snuffer down. Ah, and you think your friend might have come into my care? Very well, you may come and see. He leads you to the sacristy, and then down a steep flight of steps to an area under the church. I must warn you, we are a modest concern. We keep our guests as comfortably as possible, but all of them have a strong preference for isolation. Unsurprising, I suppose. Beneath the church is a small corridor with rooms on each side. Their doors are barred on the outside. Is the staunch verger behind one of them? First door, behind it, a tiny room, a bed, a chair, a basin, a chamber pot. A figure wrapped in a blanket shrinks from the light. The vicar raises his lamp. I'm sorry, my child, it will only be for a moment. Its light reveals a lean, bearded man. His arm is outflung against the light, every inch of his skin covered in script. You can't help but read some of it. I never loved Mary. I never loved any of them. I told the constables that John was the knife man. Robertson didn't die in an accident. Our supplies were gone, we were far from home, and we were hungry. They are scarred with their own secrets, the priests say, says, as he closes and bars the door. The second door. Meg grits her teeth. Sorry, I have to know. A woman burrows into the bed sheets as the door opens, but Meg pulls the blankets back. A wide-eyed, frantic face shrieks at you, scrawled with its own secrets. It is impossible not to read them. I knew and said nothing. I didn't go back for Sergeant Christie. I was afraid. It is not the staunch verger. The woman climbs to her feet. Look then, she spits, spreading her arms to show you her guilt. The fire doesn't burn flesh. It reveals the soul. I hope it finds you. I hope it finds you and brands you with everything you hope to hide. Oh. She is not. Instead, a straggle-haired man looks dully up at you, blinking in the light. His skin is scribbled with a horrendous catalog of crimes, one half of which would see him imprisoned, the other half hanged. He doesn't try to seek them. He doesn't try to hide them. When you have no secrets left, he says, in an incongruously rich baritone, the courtesy will come. He grins, and you see the sins engraved on his teeth. The staunch verger is not here among the victims of the fire that follows. The vicar is clearly unsure whether this is good news or bad. If your friend finds her way to us, I will contact you, the vicar promises as he shows you out. But I must warn you, these are broken souls. Their exposed secrets make them pariahs from the lives that they led, and make founding new lives, impossible. Their days are easier hidden in the dark, tended by a stranger. Meg grunts. As she passes the collection plate by the door, she drops a fistful of gemstones into it. Better get back to New Winchester, she says. She seems disinclined to talk. I have learned something you should not. Interesting. Getting closer to something, although certainly not the verger. I'm going to take these gemstones to the mausoleum. That's a very profitable run. And I have a lot of gemstones. I might have some other business down in there too. If I need to return Meg to New Winchester, then my only business in Albion is going to be this next run, the horologist's office. I'll go to the horologist's office first. I could go to the Clockwork Sun, and I could go up to Dusking's Deep to start work on the relay. I could do a couple back and forths to work on the relay, but, The relay work is essentially throwing away a lot of resources, mostly bronzewood. What I would like to take advantage of most is that once you finish the first leg of the relay, you will have a forceful teleportation to Eleutheria as the middle step. I want to exploit that middle step to get easier transition to Eleutheria. A special assignment. The Royal Horologist stares glumly at a report. Brabazon Workworld, apprentice second class. A necessary operation, but one that causes this office a great deal of work. Their use of hours is gargantuan. It appears they've been experiencing a spate of unlicensed hour looming, and the Overseer's brand of door-pounding brutality has not tracked it down. Perhaps you would have more luck. The reputation of our office, I hope so. And I'm not going to do anything for the Office of Works, because that's exclusively just a means of making money, which I don't really need right now, because we're almost at 7,000 sovereigns. If I wanted to save up for something like the Moloch, then I would need to make a lot of money. Also, I'm very routinely dinging up my ship now that I've got the Tisiphone. Some of the close maneuvering has gotten trickier with the extra speed. Your ship does, your locomotive doesn't have much in the way of acceleration. You very quickly go to top speed. It can make turning quite awkward. Why was I putting back in here again? Something is scratching at the exterior hatch. An alarm junior signaler summons you to an exterior hatch. Persistent scratching noise is coming from the other side. You look out the nearest window but can't get a good view. There is only the velvet sky agleam with frosty stars. I'll open the hatch, but I'll be ready. You fling the door wide, pistol in hand. The cold reaches in, and the hard light at the stars. And something else enters too. Something small and furred and yellow-eyed. It is one of the feline eccentric's cats. Its fur bristles with frost. Its muzzle is brown with the blood of something unnameable. Ignoring you, it pads calmly towards the engine room. Has it been out for a walk? Alright, yes, I don't have much more to do here, but I will check in the feline eccentric. I will dissuade one of their cats from terrorizing a stoker. Get it away, the stoker pleads. It's weighing my soul, judging it like I was one of the dead. He tries to raise his hands, to shield his gaze, but the life seems to have gone out of them. They flop limply back to his sides. The cat is statue still. I'll frighten the cat away. Clap your hands, shout at it, stamp your foot, that sort of thing. The cat's head whips around to face you. You stumble back. Instead of eyes, two wreathing sigils of savage fire blaze in its face. It blinks. The sigils are gone, replaced by its usual supercilious yellow gaze. It hisses at you and stalks away. The stoker thanks you and hurries away. I think I might need to be fully repaired. I also wanted to go deliver port reports to Stalwart Bookkeeper. New Street Line Gratitude. We'll trade Gratitude to win the Bookkeeper's trust. Ticket for the New Street Line. Meeting with the Fierce Philanthropist. I will offer to assist the New Street Line. And they will put me out to visit the Firebrand Conductor, where I will agree to smuggle a passenger. He wants a passenger smuggled from Warlebury Juxtamar to Lustrum. Well, then that would be a reason to take a stop in at Warlebury Juxtamar. So the New Street Line is a decently long plot line of smuggling workers around to get them out of oppressive working conditions. Generally moving people from Albion to the Reach. There's a lot of it to be done, really. Also, can I progress this? I'll investigate an eerie noise. The eccentric is asleep in her tangle of blankets at the foot of the engine. 3 hunched shapes cluster about her. Her cats. One of them gnaws at the fingers of the eccentric's left hand. Another sits on her chest, its weight making her struggle for breath. The third chews insistently at her hair, tugging at it like yarn. The eccentric is caught in a dream, her sleepy attempts to dislodge the cats watery and weak. Spiders in the well, she moans. My eyes were fire, the dead groveled. One of the cats looks up, then the others. As one, they consider you, their eyes yellow as sovereigns. Then they melt into the crannies of the engine room. I'd like to talk to her about her cats. Her black cat, Belef, climbs up her legs with its claws and sprawls about her shoulders. Because they're mine, or I'm theirs. I'm not sure there's a difference. Look, I don't want to make a fuss. Best to just leave it alone. She removes the bandages on her fingers to reveal the tracery of light scars. See, it's not so bad. She tries to sound brisk. You are clearly unconvinced. The eccentric sighs. They've been with me since Piranesi, she says. If you really must know, we'll need to go there. The chaplains can explain. Try to talk to her cats. The cats of London can talk when they deign to do so. They can be polite, but like to give the impression that they know more than you do. And perhaps they do, for they are hoarders of secrets. The cats do not respond to your greeting. When you ask about their relationship to the eccentric, one of them yowls. Another washes its paw. The third yawns. You comment critically on their lack of courtesy. They only stare. You see no comprehension in their eyes. You try the ultimate test. You share a secret, careful to get one detail wrong. They don't correct you. They don't patronize you. They don't even give you a disdainful look. These aren't cats. I had read that before on a previous captain, but I'm afraid I was offline when I revealed that bit of dialogue, and I tremendously wanted to share it. The nature of that revelation is just so amusing to me. It's like, these creatures are not snooty and self-important enough to be actual cats. So, I can stop in at the Wit and Vinegar Lumber Company, and I get a once per captain nightmare removal for stopping in there. Which would be something to note, but we're not going to take advantage of it anytime soon. For now, we're just going to the Most Serene Mausoleum to continue matters for 3 different people. Oh, it was absolutely delightful. You know, I should take short clips pulled directly from this game, from the most delightful bits of dialogue, and just make a little short series out of those things. You'd best get out of my face. There we go. Ugh, I'm terrible at this. Yeah. You still get sovereigns for it. It's still looting. Looting is still generally profitable most of the time. There are a few exceptions that are very dangerous to loot. Thankfully, that's not what we're engaging with right now. Alright, let's get to business here at the mausoleum. I'll start by attending a funeral. They have funerals? The funerals of those joining the deathless are rare. Privileged onlookers are invited to attend when they occur, for their own betterment. A former civil servant is generous in his divestment. His lands he divides among his lovers, his titles are given to the most obsequious of his children. His winding sheets are lavish, as is the endowment of hours bestowed upon him. The macabre counselor takes him by the hand and leads him away to his new tomb, but not before conveying her thanks to all present. One day, she implies, it might be you being so honored. Cool, we got favor for that. I thought we might. I'm going to investigate. Oh no, I need friends among the deathless in order to find the Privy Councillor's tomb. But let's not exhaust our opportunities with the deathless too hastily then. Your aunt wants to find the final design for the unclear bomb. It'll prove collusion, Or, she adds hopefully, provide exoneration. This is the furthest I've gotten on the Ant's plotlines. This is new. The luminous cardinal tracks you down as you make enquiries of the footman. His vestments are as pale as a winter dawn. This way, he whispers. He leads you deep into the chambers of the mausoleum's heart. The hallways here are lit only by candlelight. At last, you arrive at a narrow archway that looks down on a long spiral stair. The Privy Councillor is buried below. His funeral was ostentatious. He was accorded the second largest tomb. I began wondering, is it blasphemy? May God have mercy on all our souls. The cardinal strides away into the gloom. There is one tomb at the foot of the stairs. It is as vast as a Gothic cathedral, and must occupy an entire wing of the mausoleum. It is almost entirely shrouded in darkness. The light from your lamps struggles against the tides of gloom. You walk forward into the darkness, reaching out for obstacles. Your hands disappear before you as though swallowed by night. Your aunt vanishes as though she never was. You brush against stone as cold as death's lip. Feel cobwebs upon your face, but can see nothing. Inch by inch, you press on. Suddenly, a familiar voice splits the darkness. Are you there? I found it. Your aunt's voice is quiet. She sounds scared. She's found something. You find her by feeling your way around the curvature of the wall, back towards the center of the crypt. Your aunt is just ahead of you. Don't make any sudden movements. I found it. The designs? The unclear bomb. Your hands are on it. You remove your hand from the wall immediately. The Privy Councillor's tomb has been taken up with the dormant unclear bomb, the weapon devised by London to kill a sun, device to quench stars, drowning them in sorrow. Why is it still here? Why hasn't it been used? Your aunt tugs your sleeve. Let's get out of here. Slowly. It does not seem wise to linger here. You help your aunt find her way through the darkness, back to the spiral stair that leads into the more welcoming chambers of the mausoleum. You stub your toe, and your aunt trips several times, but together you manage. We'll talk back on board, your aunt says when you reach the top of the stairs. Her skin is ashen, but her expression is stern. You have the location of Albion's sun-vanquishing weapon. Let's approach the Deathless. We'll speak with the macabre counselor. Gain favor. Going back to the nave. I will investigate the Chamberlain's disappearance. You can follow the Chamberlain's trail from here in the nave. Send into the vaults to search. I have done this once before, but I need a refresher. If you return with bright eyes and a cold hand around your heart. I need to make note of this. This is something the game will not help you with. And this is the beginning of the route to the secret ambition. Go back above. At the bazaar, we will turn over our Navaratine gemstones, which does get us more favor with the Deathless, which is quite nice. We will buy some crockery because it's here. Returning to the nave once more, and approaching the Deathless once more. I need 3 favors in order to get an invitation. All right. So, pulling away from the mausoleum, we've got some business up in Warlebury Juxtamar for the new street line, as well as some business to attend to in Dusking's Deep if we want to begin that. We could certainly drop some things off, and then we need to make our way back to the Reach to deposit Spatchcocker Meg and get on to the next sort of line for that. The next task that we need to see to for our quest towards the truth. I think that next task is very likely to lead us into the Blue Kingdom, depending on who I'm operating for. I think one of them just needed to go to Pan. Vision of the Heavens, quite handy. The most effective thing to use to build up the, to build the relay is bronzewood. It's very difficult to acquire bronzewood in Albion. So that's kind of a known quantity issue, sort of thing. But you can also make progress with otherworldly artifacts, and I've stockpiled quite a lot of those. Munitions are also useful. I've also stockpiled quite a lot of those. We'll see what we can do. I would like to get started on the relay. So I'll deposit the crockery, pull some things out, and we'll go up to Warlebury, Juxtamar, and Dusking's Deep. And then I think after that we might go immediately past the Well of the Wolf, and then back out to the, back out to the Reach. That's so annoying. I'm not engaged in completing either of those things. They sound particularly miserable to do. I do have 6 out of 7 bronzewood that I would need for this. But instead we'll be taking 10 munitions to get started. I don't think I need to make any adjustments to the vessel. This is fine. It would be better if I had access to butchery, since we're going over to Warlebury Juxtamar. But whatever. It would be very nice if I could run into a Scorn Fluke. Actually, senior scriveners can sometimes be found over at Skyhenge. Let's take a trip by Skyhenge very quickly. And see if I might run into a senior scrivener, which is also appropriate for that mission. Of course, senior scriveners are also a source of bronzewood, and that's maybe one of the only sources of bronzewood in all of Albion. You can't really buy it anywhere. I found a bit ago that at Skyhenge, periodically, I think this is somewhat luck-based, you can exchange hours for Navaratine gemstones, which is a huge jump in value. It's a very good horror interaction. Horrors vary pretty wildly in terms of how profitable they are. Some horrors are utterly unworth messing around with. So we don't care about going to Skyhenge itself necessarily, we're just taking a pass, because there are often fairly dangerous entities looming around. So, will something rush up to entertain me? Seems it won't. A quiet trip. All right. The vicinity of Warlebury often features scorn flukes. Let's take a look around for that. Good job, crewman. You certainly did see something in the mists below. I promise you that you are correct. St. Anthony's Lighthouse has some kind of interaction that I don't remember. I'm going to take a stop by there to see what it is that I'm forgetting. There's something you can do to ingratiate yourself with the lighthouse keepers. Ah, it's tea. You can bring tea to them. You can also climb to the top, which gets you a terror reduction, which is kind of nice, if kind of funny, because the lighthouse itself is considered a horror. Ah, there's something. These ruins often contain panes of glass. Oh, no, just, well, I got a condemned experiment. Just also happened to contain a guest dreadnought. It reversed course. It's not what I want to see. Okay. There we go. Only takes a couple direct hits. Let's search for valuables. We might get a captivating treasure. Yep. Huh. A condemned experiment and a captivating treasure for that interaction. Though if we were a less equipped vessel, that kind of opponent is an existential threat. Something short of the Agravane, and I would have fled from that. Thankfully, we're piloting the Agravane. The Mists of Warlebury. Selling 3 uncanny specimens. I'll just take the terror reduction. Let's see. I can distract the officer with a pangolin. You will only be able to use this shortcut once. Ah! The perfect pangolin must have been an accomplice to more to more than a few crimes. She doesn't look the least bit scandalized at your behavior. She merely steeples her paws and raises a beseeching look at the workers from the Bureau of Entertainments. As expected, they sigh and coo. It isn't long before one steps forward. No need to make the pretty thing stand out here. You go inside. They flash you a bright shark smile. Just this once, you hear? That's delightful. We will meet a new Street Line passenger in the haunted house. The haunted house is a coarse artifice populated by actors who you wouldn't even cast in a pantomime. The white lady leaves flowery footsteps wherever she glides. The chef offers you a set of unconvincing pies she claims were made from the previous visitors. And in the library, an old dour man lurked with a feather duster in one hand and a cleaver in the other. You present the murderous butler with a new street line ticket. His tears, for the first time in this house, are genuine. You hurry him to your engine. The next stop for him is Lustrum. Take a quick report, thank you. And let's see, we'll do a couple of things around here. Warlebury Juxtamar interactions are handy for reducing terror, and occasionally we will get the option to see through something, such as this. And every time you see through stuff, you get nice rewards, like Visions of the Heaven, Caddies of Dried Tea. I'll actually take this dried tea over to the lighthouse after this. But after doing a bit of that, we'll slide across to the off-season. Costs us a secret. We'll go along the beach, and going to the cult, I will have a word. Well, I will report back to the parson about recruited people. If you take this choice, you will no longer be able to work with the Bureau of Entertainments. They will not trust you. Well, that's fine. We have the bedraggled parson warbles, fingers steepled over his mouth. He weighs the next word like a heart on a scale. A transfer. And there are more coming to our doors. The cult of the displeased is generous, generous indeed. After all, we are the same, united in this study of suffering. Thank you. They who must grieve know you now, and they wait for when they may offer you their gratitude. The cult has one more task for you. They who must grieve sent a dream. In it was your face wreathed in brass and kelp, and your eyes were the color of stars, bright eyes. I do not know why they've asked you for this honor. They who must grieve are gods, and we are but bacterium birthed in the gases of their breath. But I know they dream of you, and I know they would have us dream of you too. He passes you a bell, verdigris green and smooth as sea glass. Despite the clarity of its surface, your reflection is absent. Enter the mists and call them with this. You march to the circle of waiting cultists. In silence, you are tethered not to ropes, but to filaments of green leather. Your wrists, your ankles, the joints of your arms and legs, these are lovingly encircled. It is surprisingly painless, even comfortable. The bedraggled parson himself fits a noose about your throat, his eyes hot with worship. Somewhere far from you, you can almost hear weeping. Thus secured, you grasp the signal cord and nod to the cultists. You are rolled over the edge and lowered into the mists. This is not terrifying at all. Not the thin leather filaments holding your body, not the jerky descent into the fog, the cottony silence, but at least the cheerful cultists at the shore seem optimistic about your chances. Signal to go lower. The mists seem almost bilious the further you go, enraged by your encroachment. It churns and swirls, making faces, or what something that has never had a body might believe to be faces. Eyes bloom like so many flowers, accompanied by swirls of teeth and tongue. It's all illusion, of course, a trick of the cognition. Maybe. Still lower. The phantasms acquire more solidity, serpentine bodies, Piscean forms. Now it is an entire ecosystem of them, Ouroborosian and hungry and indifferent. Now they are the faces of those who'd forgotten. Now their bodies teeming with coral and glittering beetles. Now they're watching you and they're smiling, baby teeth bared between feathered antennae. Lower. The mists become a chiaroscuro of hard shadows, halogen and ink. The writhing halts. Almost, it feels as though the mists might be holding its breath, might be waiting, might be watching you, or perhaps they're watching something else. Something brushes against you, a barbed tendril wider than a grown man is tall. It explores the filaments holding you, touches them softly, even as an eye, swollen and crimson and colossal, flashes briefly into view. It is time. Through the tendriling mists, a scorn fluke regards your approach, a cyclopean presence over-encumbered with spare corneas. Ah, that is such a lovely phrasing. A cyclopean presence over-encumbered with spare corneas. I believe that means that it has an eye like the burrower below. Is the burrower below one of these? Something is very wrong with this scorn fluke. For one, it possesses an eye, red-veined as though it had spent eons in ceaseless lamentations. The scorn fluke, its species usually possessed by a jagged geometry, looks diseased, its body warped and weeping with cancers, cysts of unnatural dimensions. Aberration that it might be, the scorn fluke remains a primordial revelation, ancient and so steeped in anguish that the air itself twists in commiseration. This isn't pain as mortals might know it, but something almost holy in its vastness, an entire cosmology of suffering contorted into a being. 5 commingling with choirs, and I could do something else. That would be amazing. I so wish I could. I'll ring the bell. You ring the bell. It sounds like nothing, like the absence of music, like the glissade of breath before a soprano raises her voice to sing. It sounds nothing like that. And then, all at once, the scorn fluke is pressed close, skin's width away. It is a diseased thing, pustulate and lacking in geometry, cysts and cancers and an ache like a heartbreak that has had eternity to turn septic. A tendril of black ichor extends to stroke your face. It is all you remember before suddenly you're at the surface again. Something has changed. Something in the gasping air, the texture of light, the smell of Orlebury Juxtamar. Perhaps it is the diminished presence of the Bureau officials, how their swagger has tautened to fear. Perhaps it is the number of tourists with glass in their eyes, their smiles like they'd caught a fever bright. The cult grows. You've done everything you can. Huh. You've unlocked a new facet for this captain and all future captains in your lineage. The cultists take you to the off-season, a parade of laughing faces, their most anomalous features swallowed in colorful silk. No reason to frighten the locals, after all. It is a party at the chapel, all the joyousness of a birth married to the fanfare of matrimony. The walls shudder with melody so profoundly strange that it grinds through the axial of your bones. There is something in the air, too, a smell as sweet as summer and more intoxicating than love. It clings to you. It may stay forever. Your encounter with the scorn fluke left an indelible mark. You've gained a crimson promise, a caged catch, 4 uncanny specimens, and some experience. Okay, so on a fortnight, you can join them in their ritual. Interesting. I can do some more work here, getting Savage Secrets and Tales of Terror. I will do this as many times as it will let me, because it's a bunch of Savage Secrets, and that's really good. They only let you do this for so long before somebody gets jealous of you taking over their work, and they kick you out. Yep. Forced to leave. Back to the Palace Pier. Okay. We can acquire ministry-approved literature on the cheap for a bit if we want to, but that's fine. Not going to worry about it. Okay, so 5 commingling with choirs would be very interesting. I really would love to know what that relates to. And now that we have an additional facet that may appear, maybe we'll see what that's worth. Some of the unlockable facets are unique and valuable. Some are actually ordinary. Not every unique facet actually does something. I'll take tea with the keepers. The other keeper is on his break, Wellington-booted feet draped over the mildewy couch. When he sees your crew carrying in a caddy, he smiles, revealing 2 rows of stubs where teeth once were. The lugubrious keeper appears, frowning, drawn by the rattling of stained crockery. Grudgingly, he sits and permits the other keeper to serve him tea in a chipped cup. They drink in restful, resentful silence. You must visit again, the lugubrious keeper eventually spits out, indicating the door. Okay, so I'll have to spend a bit of time to continue on this. Noted. But yeah, seems like there's a series of interactions involving those guys. Now, from all of this speaking, my lips are kind of cracking. Just a moment. There we go. My day-to-day work also involves a lot of talking on the phone, talking in meetings, things like that. So I tend to keep Chapstick along with me wherever I'm working or engaging over any long period of time. It's also very helpful during the winter. We will deliver the insistent surveyor. We'll hear their proposal, we'll agree. I know what all of this is. And we'll begin delivering materials. Firstly, munitions. 5 crates each time for 5 crates for 5% each time. From there, we do otherworldly artifacts. Otherworldly artifacts are the only contribution you can make to this that do not occupy hold space. Everything else here occupies your hold. We had 10% through 10% through the other option, and this is a 3 for 5%, 2/5 progress, and we'll hand over all of the rest of these. All right. Turn to the ruins. Okay. They still need a lot of stuff, and I also need to go to the Royal Society at some point before they can progress to the next step. All right. I'm going to make another check-in at Warlibury just to restock on fuel and supplies. I have a little bit of spare stuff sitting around in the hold, but it's not a big deal. Oh. This is inopportune. Okay, here we go. We need to take distance. And now we begin the conflict. I almost dodged right into that. Bit of a pop from that. And we've got another fellow behind us now. Excuse me. One problem dealt with. If I could cool off, thank you. Here, we will help the Navigator show his friend the defeated monster. The Navigator has put on a sky suit and retied Alton's wrists and ankles, but he can't put on the corpse without assistance. The Navigator floats over to the defeated monster and does a triumphant jig on its remains, almost toppling over when he leans to give Alton a better view. For all its grotesqueness, such unbridled delight is contagious. The crew can't resist smiling. When the Navigator clambers back inside, he shrugs Alton's body to the floor and props it against a wall. He unseals his helmet and turns to you. "We defeated that!" He holds up his hand. "Look, I'm shaking!" He sighs, suddenly exhausted. Ah, we can still do more. Very good. 2 commingling of choirs. Oh no, I gained 2. I now have 4 out of the 5 I would be seeking. I don't know if it's possible to get that unique interaction any longer, now that I've already done that bit with the cult. Get him out of the way. I will search for survivors, thank you very much. I'll bring them on, even though it means some terror. Okay. That was a bit messy. But sometimes Scornflute fighting can be messy. They're tough. They move in strange ways. Interact a little fast. Conduct an excavation. I think these can give you good things. Your crew topple a craggy monolith with ropes and pulleys, yada yada. Okay, some hours. 2 supplies for 2 hours. That is not super great. But I can get more supplies at Warlebury. After that, I think I'll assuredly be going back to London. That looks about right. Now, let's chat with Fortunate Navigator. Was the fight all he'd hoped for? Did you know that King Gassar once wrestled a giant tiger? It seems the battle with the monster is already well out of mind. Can you imagine that? Man versus tiger. I've never even seen a tiger, not a real one. I would love to see one. We could show Alton too. He nods towards the corpse, which is propped upright against a wall. It is wearing a top hat adorned with a particularly garish feather. There are no tigers native to the heavens. If you want to see one, you'll have to find a magician, one skilled with mirrors. Perhaps the magician at Palmyre and Plenty's can assist. Interesting. We'll have to take him to Palmyre's. Ah, I forgot to talk to our aunt. I also forgot to do what the Chiropterous Hoarder wanted to do over in the mausoleum, so I'll have to go back. Your aunt looks up from an ancient, battered etiquette book. This is from my school days, she says with a wistful smile. Her focus sharpens. We need to know why London colluded with the revolutionaries to build this dreadful weapon and then didn't use it. There were 4 people at the rendezvous. 2, 3 now, are dead. There's only one person who can give us the answers we need. Her renewed majesty. Your aunt barrels on. There's an old protocol we could take advantage of. If we had a royal dispensation, we could use the privilege of an answer to get an audience. The sovereign is behoven to answer one question truthfully. It's a good goddamn thing I have a royal dispensation, because that is not cheap stuff. But that's pretty tremendous. If this is the kind of thing that's required to progress the plot line, I suppose that's a theoretical answer to a number of problems within the universe of Sunless Skies. Ask her renewed majesty. Okay. I'm certain she knows. And the lamps burned blue. The lamps on the interior of your engine dim, then flare again. But now they burn a stark electric blue, flinging hard-etched shadows against the walls. What's happened to the fires, Captain? A crewman asks. The lamp fires dance, as if a wind whipped them. I'll snuff out the lanterns and fly in the dark. The lamps are watching. The fires their blue, blue eyes. You order your locomotive plunged into darkness. Every lamp is quenched and emptied of oil. The crew manage as best they can by starlight, but accidents inevitably happen. Tensions rise. After a day, you light an experimental lamp. It burns yellow. You relight the others. It's after me now, because I know too much. Repairs are welcome. So, I suppose I'm genuinely on the clock then? Only to an extent. I think that event is just replacing other terror events that would normally occur. That's how most of the malicious events that occur aboard your ship randomly work. You kind of have a queue of things that can occur based on all the storylines you've engaged with. Oh, where do I have to put in a port to speak with Her Renewed Majesty? Audience with the Queen in London. Okay, so it's just London itself. Afterwards, we'll be going back to the mausoleum. There was a prospect to deliver crockery to the mausoleum. If that's still available, I suppose we can take advantage of that. It's not tremendously profitable, but oh well. On the second trip to Warlebury, I really could have strolled around a bit to go for nightmare terror reduction. 55 is fine. It's not bad. Anything less than 70, I think I can operate more or less. I just need to be wary about taking up any story threads that might result in more terror. I actually said resort twice before saying the correct thing. I'm off my game today. I think it's a problem of not enough sugar. Now then, an audience with Queen Victoria. There's only one person alive who can answer your aunt's question about the unclear bomb. The throne of ours rises above the smog of London like an imperial cathedral. False sunlight reflects from it, clear as cut glass and pitiless as dawn. Your dispensation gets you into the Clockwork Court, where courtiers are permitted to attend upon the imperial presence. Courtiers outfitted in the imperial colors of black and gold survey you with a mixture of curiosity and fear. New blood is the engine of change at court, and change is the enemy of security. The royal chamberlain sweeps you through the court and into the throne room itself. Time stills to a hush as the great doors close behind you. Silence falls like a curtain over a stage. Your footfall is too loud on the polished marble. The throne is ahead, towering over you in all its splendid immensity. Its myriad glass surfaces shimmer like falling water. Within, you see yourself reflected, as you once were, as you ought to be, and as you never will be. There is a chair at the top of the throne, a much smaller throne. A figure sits on it. Inscriptions in the correspondence smolder in its base. It's not what you came here for, but perhaps it has antiquarian interest. Curled sigils scintillate across the glass. The imprints flow like spilt wine. Each symbol lights a fire behind your eyes like the afterglow of a sunset. The last few sigils are isolated, discreet, and each is impacted on the throne like the descent of a comet. You record what you can before your vision is lost to the smoking afterimages of the language of the stars. Your transcription is complete. Ascending the throne of ours. Your aunt is ahead of you, her sensible shoes clattering against the glass as she climbs the vast, banisterless stairs toward the throne of Queen Victoria, Her Renewed Majesty. You'd best hurry if you want to catch her. You reach the apex of the throne. Below you, the fearful machinery of ours. Above, the throne of Victoria. Your aunt hesitates before reaching for your hand. Together, you approach Her Renewed Majesty. Her Renewed Majesty, Empress of Albion, the Reach, London, and the soon-to-be-conquered territories. Victoria, Queen of Britannia, surveys you. She raises a hand, flushed with youth, beckoning you forward. It's been a long time since anyone's requested the privilege of an answer. Her eyes are like the formation of diamonds. One had thought it had been stricken from all the new books. Your aunt allows herself a quick, satisfied smile. Your Majesty, we found the unclear bomb. It's unused. I must surmise that we did not kill Albion's son. Thus, we did not claim Albion by conquest, and owe the revolutionaries no debt. She pauses and draws a deep breath. Am I correct? Victoria laughs. Her laughter is bright. Oh, well done. Yes. We enlisted help, but the situation on the ground turned out to be quite different from what we'd expected. We've been keeping the bomb hidden, however, for a rainy day. She leans back on her throne. So, now that you know all that, you will answer a question of one's own. What are you planning to do with the information? I will keep it hidden. Albion's secrets are safe with me. Her renewed majesty smiles indulgently, as one would at a tame bird mimicking speech. One does appreciate patriotism. It's such a rare quality. Everyone wants something from one. She rises from the throne. Her face is lost in the rays of light from the clockwork sun which seep through the window behind her. Not that anyone's motivations matter so much anymore. One is timeless. One's dominion is history itself. Chronology bows before one. One is eternity's mistress. She smiles, serene and radiant. She waves her hand. You are dismissed. You promised to keep London's secrets. It is time to leave. You have learned all her renewed majesty will permit. Your aunt needs no encouragement. She offers a hasty curtsy to her monarch and makes for the monumental glass stair. You follow in her wake, descending the vast and banisterless stair as fast as you're able. Your aunt's grip is rigid as she marches you from the throne room, her fingers trembling and her pulse racing in her wrist. We'll talk back on the engine, she whispers. As I had mentioned about taking on terror during plot lines, I'm going to need to make sure my terror is a good bit lower before I engage in whatever plot line the Chiropterous Hoarder wants to ask of me. But I will take up this opportunity. It is possible to reduce terror by giving over various things over at the mausoleum. 3 lots of crockery. Hardly even anything. Ah, interesting. I would like to attempt a translation. Okay, we should probably wait until we have lower terror before we translate this. But it should be something important. So I think what I would like to see is if I can sail around for a bit and maybe get a reduction in terror by way of a nightmare's conversion. Let's see, I've also got work at Brabazon to see too. The Ratty reunion. So the aunt's plot line we can complete now. Pretty simply. Oh, I need to repair before I undock, actually. I don't necessarily need to refuel, but it's not a terrible idea either. Steam and Sapphire Yards will get full repairs. And then at Spitalfields, I'm gonna pick up just a little bit more fuel. Alright. So, we're hoping for a nightmare conversion event, after which I will attempt to decipher the correspondence sigils. There's a possibility we might lose some attributes for it, but we'll probably gain something very interesting. Lore. The lore. Time is it? Is it 8? Or is that 9? I can't quite read the clock. It's rather dark. Oh, I dodged into that instead of away from it. I'll just let it go. We're likely to gain terror if we actually try to pillage those. Probably about 5 terror, that's not nothing. At 73 terror, at the Nave attending funerals, I can deal with a good bit of it. If I just need to throw away resources to try and make it happen. The Hour of the Wolf. I could probably endure this lean, cruel hour because I have very good hearts. This will eat one of my visions of the heavens, but it should reduce my terror by like 10, which is pretty good. We will make the calculated decision to drink away our secrets and our sights. Forgetting is a very interesting prospect. Alright, let's put in. Okay, need to get our terror down by a lot. Attending a funeral, we'll go to a Skyfarer's funeral, that's good for terror reduction. At the bazaar, we'll turn over these ceramics. Get an invitation of endurance, sure, they're not selling anything interesting, bummer. At the Nave, we'll write a port report. I will visit the memorial to the Prince Consort. Let's see. Souls for a viewing of the tomb is the strongest terror reduction. I'm gonna just dump uncanny specimens. Oh, that is effective. Oh boy, take more of them. The Cheery Registrar will accept diverse meats in lieu of monetary donations. It is customary to leave offerings at the tomb, which are cleared away the next day. There we go, looking good. I will call upon a cryptic benefactor to arrange for more than a private viewing. Chiropterus Hoarder will not risk intrusion while it works. You'll have to use your contacts to gain ingress or risk its rages. The Cheery Registrar's expression dims at the mention of your cryptic benefactor, and though her smile does not wither, something in her eyes alters. Him, she purrs without affection. Of course, it'd be him. Very well. Emptied now of remark, the Cheery Registrar allows you into the mausoleum, her gait turned stiff and reluctant. You enter the tomb, alone as assured. The dust and the air sit heavy as grief upon your tongue. Inside the tomb, you see the Prince Consort upon his altar. As you move deeper, he lets out a labored moan. There is a figure beside him, an impossible, improbable silhouette. Is that her renewed majesty? At first glance, it seems true. But there is something not quite right about the shadows of her face. Something younger, more waxen. Well then. Huh. It is her manner, rather than an error in her appearance, that reveals the false Victoria as counterfeit. She is too languorous, too humble to be a monarch. A visitor for us, what a rare ecstasy. Her marble complexion fissures into a smile, the words honeyed with despair. The false Victoria rises and leads you to a side room. It is sparely appointed. A cot, A small larder filled with dried blooms and desiccated fruits, nothing else. It has been a long time since there was anyone but her. She watches you, blinking, a slight tilt to her coroneted skull. She resembles a waxwork icon, gussied up in the image of her renewed majesty, perfect and horrible and alone. The room into which she leads you is Spartan, a bare cot, meager pantry, toiletries, a stool, and no more than that. Let's take tea. The false Victoria serves you a tea as sweet as marmalade, as black as regret. Isn't this nice? She purrs, settling back onto the cot with a starched rustle of organza. I have missed the idea of friends. I had them, you know, before her renewed majesty requested that I take her likeness and her place by Albert's side. The stately homunculus raises an alabaster hand, studies the joints dispassionately. I wonder sometimes if there's any of me left. Some days I wake up and forget if there was ever a life before this tomb. There's nothing of me left. There's nothing of mine here. Nothing at all. The Chiropterous hoarder wanted a piece of someone who has endured immortal love. If she loves the prince consort as much as the real Victoria does, perhaps it needn't be Albert's flesh you take. No, I will not engage in this. I will take flesh from Albert, because the Chiropterous hoarder is going to experiment on me, and he needs to get this right. A sibilant noise worms from the prince consort, a sound that could be a word or a release of bacterial gases. He's a poor conversationalist, supplies the false Victoria without judgment. Once in a while, she can excite an actual word from him, but that is all. Once in a while, she's referring to the actual Victoria, somewhat. We know now that the Majesty herself refers to herself as one. A long exhalation, full of dust and effort, the prince consort turns to gaze upon the false Victoria. We don't know if he can tell the difference between his wife and us. We're not sure it matters. The next words spill as though from a cut throat. We do not care. We love him. We must. I'll slice a fingertip from the prince consort. The Chiropterous hoarder ungloves the prince consort, then pinions his slack hand in its claws. No one will miss it. You free a knife from your person and raise the blade, only to have the false Victoria rest her hand upon the hilt. Let me, and for a moment there is rage, bright and rapacious, rage and regret and an inchoate despair, leaping to life in her eyes. The false Victoria slices through a joint of the prince consort's finger. His flesh parts like fresh wax, allowing the digit to tumble easily and bloodlessly into your possession. You have the flesh of one in eternal love. Best leave the tomb swiftly. You have what you need. As you leave, the prince consort gropes for false Victoria's hand. She lets out a sigh, soft and small and sad. Oh! There is a deep darkness in all this. Well, let's attempt that translation now. You will be the first to have studied the throne. Or, if there were others, they are silenced and gone. With pen, paper, and a hardback copy of Dolford's compilation, you subject your transcription to a merciless interrogation. You use a magnifying glass at several points until it melts entirely. Much of the writing is a panegyric to the judgment of ours, a catalogue of its deeds and dominions, its provinces, holdfasts, and vassals, its triumphs over time's lesser potentates. The final burnt lines employ sigils used nowhere else on the throne, a warning, a message. Time offers no surety against death. Interesting. Let's talk to our aunt. You catch your aunt burning papers in the boiler room. Care for tea? She asks, leading you to her cabin. She gets out her best service. I was relieved to speak to the Queen. Our sovereign's prescience alone kept us from being in thrall to the revolutionaries. A lump of sugar settles in her teacup. It seems the Albion government has been lax, getting into messes, and worse, shoddiness when attempting to cover them up. Her eyes gleam behind her spectacles. I shall have to come out of retirement. Her Majesty needs me. Though, I'll still have time to help you out here, of course. You can appoint your spymaster aunt to be your quartermaster when you're docked in port. Your aunt has resolved to serve the crown as a spy once more. I think we have the opportunity at the very end to not necessarily keep the secrets of London. If we choose to betray the secrets of London, our aunt would not be a spymaster. Let's see. Can I acquire any other academic... academic affiliations. So in the Nave, we can arrange a meeting with a retired devil. He has converted a vacant crypt into a cramped space, not unlike a hobbyist's shed. A stove in the corner blazes out heat. A copper kettle sits atop it. A grand bookcase is loaded with binders, identical, well-used, and each marked with a cartouched reference in one of the thorny alphabets of hell. The devil himself has a narrow, chiseled face and a boyish trousseau to his hair. He wears small, round glasses. He prepares you a cup of stewed tea and presents a plate of Murgatroyd's fungal crackers. They are years old and have the exact consistency of cardboard. I think I've done this before, loosely. Let's hear his request. He needs to go to London and get a series of mysterious letters. Very good. Back to the Nave. I can switch back over. Alright, so that is several things that I need to get done. We have, I believe, the appropriate fuel and supplies to continue along. I do need to go over... Let's actually get a bit more, because I need to cruise by the Royal Society to get rubbings related to the relay that I'm trying to build. Okay, so we've completed the Aunt storyline, and we progressed the Chiropterous Hoarder. What does the Chiropterous Hoarder need next? Allow it to express its gratitude. After what it has demanded of you, the experimentation and the acquisitions of flesh and fluids, the smells it inflicted upon your locomotive, it is only right for it to show appreciation. You enter the Chiropterous Hoarder's cabin to discover the space transformed, chandeliered by strings of blister-grow crystal. The floor is a labyrinth of cushions, tasseled and richly damasked, but all this is undeserving of comment compared to the spread that the Chiropterous Hoarder prepared. Unctuous meats, roasted and smoked and confeted just so. Delicate stews, profane desserts, the most ribald of cocktails. Your host spared no expense, allowed no decorum. You eat and indulge while the Chiropterous Hoarder whispers quietly of stories that seem almost true. Then, when you are drowsy with pleasure, it touches a shy hand to your knee. You are pleased, it asks. I wish to show more, do more, please more. Yes? Is it proposing an exchange of intimacies? I could get romantic with this giant bat creature, but I'm not going to. This captain will be rather chaste. How about cribbage instead? To its credit, the Chiropterous Hoarder doesn't appear remotely displeased. Your rejection is acknowledged with a shrug, a change of topic. There are no hurt feelings here. You two descend instead into a decorous evening of vices and virtues, interspaced with several Byzantine discussions of rules and the necessity of following rules. Does it need any more components for its quest? No, it's ready. The texture of its scrutiny has changed. No longer are you a curiosity or captain. Instead, it regards you as it might an item for its collection. Ready at precious last. And it's you, all you, to thank for this. I won't forget this, and you will be glad that I will not. The Chiropterous Hoarder's voice plunges low, velveted with urgency. To face fall again, yes? One last time. All right. We'll have to take him back to Faith's Fall when we can. Oh, and what was required for the Fortunate Navigator? I've forgotten. Fortunate Navigator needs to go to Palmyra and Plenty's. Okay. So we've got now 2 little missions in the Reach, as well as returning Spatchcocker Meg to New Winchester. So we'll go to the Royal Society real quick. So I get the feeling I'm going to go back to the Reach and return some people to some places, as I need to. And I may find myself in a holding pattern from that point. Just casually destroy this Ministry Monitor. I can gain Savage Secrets or an unlicensed chart. For an unlicensed chart. If it was going to offer me Visions of the Heavens, I would take that. But Secrets I'm good on. I also need to stop by Brabazon, that's right, for the horological work. I'm thinking that what I'm going to do is probably I'm going to go back to New Winchester as if to progress on this stuff. Oh, what are you... Come on, random marauders, get out of here. Oh, it's not quite destroyed. Albion marauders do have some toughness to them. I think I'm probably going to be in a state where I'm ferrying some things back and forth, and it'll be almost busy work-esque, punctuated by bouts of progress, but I might take some time offline just to do the relay work, as I would like for that relay to be completed, and it's quite the bother for it to not be. That being said, I think that relay is most important for the purpose of smuggling. And if I'm not smuggling on this captain, I don't think it's a big deal. Might give me profitable options on subsequent captains, but how much does that matter? How much more does money improve our circumstances? Donation options. Volunteering. Give me a Savage Secret, please. Thank you. At the Royal Society. Deliver the Insistent Surveyor's rubbings. This is what I came here to do. You get a nice bump of experimental modifications in case you wanted to pick up anything. At the Rochester Club, I'm going to check in with the driver. They're not in the clubhouse and the race is over. Where could they have gone? Lord Rochester takes a moment to remember who you mean. He frowns ever so slightly. Oh dear, how sad. A racer down. Must have crashed somewhere. His expression brightens. Lucky they have you to go rescue them, eh? Driver is lost in the high wilderness. He's crashed near the Stair to the Sea by Avid Horizon. Alright, we'll have to go there. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, I can get repairs if I want. Have I done this before? Oh yes, that's right. I may now visit the inscribed Tinkerer's shop. Didn't the Inscribed Tinkerer have, like, an extra special shop? Okay. You can exchange experimental modifications for even better equipment. Okay. An auxiliary slot item requires your hearts is at least 45, increases armor by 8, and it's referred to as a canning system. So it's a canning system that increases armor. Bridge slot armor for the captain who intends to see the stars in style. A cantankerous boring rig. Auxiliary slot based on mirrors, hold, and armor. And it's referred to as a mining rig. That might be a direct upgrade. So, 11 modifications to grab. Heathcliff durable plating. 15s, 26 modifications to grab. The Law Furnace occupies your bridge slot, requires your iron is at least 65. It's hold by 3/4 by 3 hidden compartments by 2. The speedy and incendiary removal of inconvenient laws arresting your progress. The Osiris, scrupulous and discerning canning device. Auxiliary slot requires mirrors of 65, increases your hold by 8 as a canning device. Okay. So there were 2 canning devices there that were interesting. This sounds like the better canning device. So if we want this and the plating, that is going to be 20 plus 15 minus 7, so 28 experimental modifications. Let's see to 28 experimental modifications. One, 2. That's 14 out of the 28. I should just be tracking the 35 because it's the number they're going to show me. I only have 1 condemned experiment. I have 2 otherworldly artifacts. Uncanny specimens are a 1-to-1. You know what? Forget about it. Let's just go. I am not interested in waiting on these things or faffing about. I can get more of this stuff later, whatever it is. Peruse the designs. Yeah, I need to go back to the arsenal, because these designs are not fancy enough. Portsmouth House, the workshops, the Inscribed Tinkerer, and we're going to acquire the Osiris Patented Divider. There we go, a purple cannery. Oh, nope, this is the other one I wanted, was the Cantankerous Boring Rig. I'm too short. Was that the one I wanted? Oh no, it was the Heathcliff Durable Plating was the other one I wanted, but that's a plating option. I wanted the Boring Rig as well. Hold by 4 and armor by 5. That's just an armor gain over my current drilling implement. So it doesn't change where it is. Oh, it doesn't change where it is, right? Auxiliary slot, mirrors, yeah. Auxiliary slot, patented divider, okay. Yeah, let's grab the Heathcliff Durable Plating. There we go. If all else perished and this remained, you should still continue to be. Ooh. Chills. Back to the Portsmouth Arsenal. So I think I would need about another 18 or so, right? How many uncanny specimens do I have? Not enough. Those are only 1-to-1. So 2 otherworldly artifacts. I can always reacquire Visions of the Heavens by just hanging out in Fort Avon. I'm going to come up one short of getting this last extra bit of equipment. Ooh, boy. There are various things I could have brought along, but I didn't. Oh well. Yes, let's see. The Heathcliff durable plating is not explicitly better than the Rossetti cabins or the Pergamon category shielding, but it is subjectively better than those things, and it is a higher tier piece of equipment. It also gives us versatility for future captains because we can equip things differently. Now, this is 8 hold. This is 8 hold and butchery. That's incredible. Which also means we can push our hold even higher. If we replace the assaying device, we could get our hold way up there. Excellent. They've got some literature for us? Sure. I really was needing extra hold space to deal with all of the, what's it called? To deal with all of the fuel I need to carry to keep the Disiphony running. Got a little bit of a smudge going on. I might need to actually remove the sunglasses in order to adequately clean them. So I worry that they're smudged on the back side. We'll see. So long as I'm properly unfocused, it shouldn't be a problem. I can often overexert my eyes by focusing too much when I'm playing reflex-based games. Or most any game that I'm new to. It's a problem that's come up again and again. I find myself wanting for a pastry. I should have bought something earlier. Let's see, actually, yes. Let's go. The judicious driver would approve, certainly. I'll slow down to pick up some things. Bit of crockery. See, I need to double check. Okay, yeah, I cannot refuel at the Home Depot, which is going to be my next stop off. Right, so I need to be a little bit careful about that. But at the same token, I've got 8 more fuel. So, Albion, the unclear bomb, is not what killed this star. Such fundamental lore upended. The immensity of the revelation of that really has me reeling. Okay, I couldn't tell if that was foreground or not. You are near the sea and the sky. I'm gonna have to slow down. The terrain here is a bit unknown, and I think I need to be searching for my companion. Said he's somewhere near the stairs to the sea, but it wasn't really clear on whereabouts or how he's going to look. I have a loose imagining that we'll find a crashed ship up along some of the rocks, but I'm uncertain if that would be true. Kind of looking for him to run aground into an iceberg somewhere. Well, there's a wreck. The star stuff? No? Get some repairs. Oh. There we go. Oh. Failure on break-in. Okay, so this is... If I go further to the east, that's definitely not going to yield what I'm looking for, I think. Let's see. Ah, the Whisper wins again. Get out of here. Hungry for my secrets. I kind of appreciate the notion that your secrets become spent when you tell them. That's how it works. Once you've shared it, it's a secret no more. Yeah, in Albion, these little harvests can sometimes get you immaculate souls. Tremendously valuable. Oh. Speaking of tremendously valuable... I veered into it. But it dealt very little damage, actually. Going to investigate further. You have gained 4 commingling of choirs. You now have 8. You have felt a Scornfluke's tormented musics. I wonder then if I return to Warlebury Juxtamar, if I'll be able to commune more truly with the being that exists there. Okay, I'm gonna put into port at the stairway to the sea itself and see if that might assist me in locating the driver. Maybe he's sought refuge somewhere around there. Send the stair to the flotilla. Let's see, 1 fuel, 1 supply. Search for your driver. You scour the wreckage of the flotilla and find nothing. Head away from the cults on the habitable ships and strike out into the frigid reaches of the quiet sea. Your crew carry lanterns aloft, which sends shadows skittering across the ice floes. Your voices are soon raw with shouting, and then, when you are on the verge of giving up, a familiar voice cries out, "The Lord, over here! Afraid the engine's totaled, but I'm in one piece!" As the lantern light reveals the extent of the damage, you're forced to concede the driver's assessment. Their grin is unmistakable, even in the gloom. He's provided an unlicensed chart. Thank you very much. You've recovered the driver. So that's the driver's secondment. I'll return to the flotilla. Let's see. A member of the Sanctified invites you to join them. Their berth is small, like a coffin covered in blankets. The evening passes in clouds of smoke, so that all your clothes reek of the bonfire. You wake a good deal more familiar with some of your fellow acolytes than you have been before. You have pleased the Sanctified. You are invited to join the revelry and take the names of the saints in your mouth like a bit. Hmm. Let's sing. Of life, the riot and revel of it. There is stamping, there is roaring, there is chanting. Chests are pounded and throats bellow. You sing of consumption, of having, of being, of sharing and being shared. You have pleased and sanctified, worthy of bargaining with, a high accolade. There are candles lit for you. Okay, that's what I need. Give a confession. I will confess an error of sentiment. Sometimes your heart grows heavy. Ah, the displeased prefer sentiment. Interesting. Got that wrong. With the confession we've heard, we'll keep it. A secret kept has value. A secret shared is no longer a secret. You store it in the portion of your mind where all secret and buried things go. When you see the acolyte again, she will remember that you have kept her trust. You will smile at each other, bonded in that knowledge. There we go. The acolyte sits apart from the other displeased. The woman carves a slab of meat the size of a piglet. Ah, that is an option to progress. Cannibalism. Interesting thing. But I will speak with a careful masquerader. I believe this is necessary to complete things for the displeased. Betraying the sanctified. Gain the trust of the sanctified to advance with the displeased. Learn their secrets. Let them see the smiling mask and not the serpent that lies beneath. You have spent hours drawing close to the acolytes of the sanctified, hearing the whispered reverences for their saints, the hushed desires they harbor for each other, for members of the superlapsarians, for the displeased, for you. You've gathered their confessions like ruins to your shore. The careful masquerader looks at you expectantly. You reveal all. At last, she smiles. Then you have performed our sacrament. As we were betrayed and abandoned, so we too shall betray and abandon. You have betrayed the trust of the sanctified. Gain a royal dispensation to advance. Commit treason. Let us test the severity of actions you're willing to undertake. The crown issues dispensations for exceptional service. Perhaps this will be easy for you. Perhaps not. The careful masquerader takes the pages from you gingerly, as though handling a flame. Ah. The tension eases from her as she rifles through documents. She inquires how you found it. When I was favored by the Empress before she left me to rot in this wasteland, I would have killed for secrets such as these. She looks straight into your eyes. I can only imagine how much this cost you. She throws the sheaf of documents into the fire. Does that hurt you? It certainly hurt me. Do you understand? 5 barrels of unseasoned hours to advance. Okay? Ah, you advance the current date by a year. Getting in good with these cults is tough. Let's eat somebody. Waste not, want not. The woman passes you a fork with a thin strip of flesh impaled on the prongs. She uses a brazier to heat each morsel. The heat never quite reaches the center. It has a chill that won't shift, and a saltiness that suggests it was stored in the sea. She passes you piece after piece, but your jaw aches with chewing long before you can be satisfied. Thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body. Creepy. Well, we'll leave the flotilla at this point. There are 3 different cults to get along with, and it's quite tricky. Theoretically, if you become ingratiated with each of the 3 cults, there is something important here, something interesting. I wonder if the ingratiation with the 3 cults may have something to do with the qualities I need to acquire in order to appreciate or find the Chamberlain. Well, I'm going to put in at the, I'm going to put in at the Abbot Horizon. Oh. Let's dodge this weft of time. This thing is going to try and cut back around to get me. They have very close-ranged weapons. I don't think it's going to go well for him. Just crash into a rock. Put it at the home bureau. We're going to turn up a little bit low on fuel. My next stop is Brabazon. The Market of Truth. Cults from the depths of the quiet sea beneath the Home Office have established a stall by the docks. Here they sell their philosophies and the curious catches from the glassy waters. It's hard to tell which more offends the ministry's sensibilities. I'll listen to the preacher. A terror drop. Listening to something insipid is calming. I'll compile a port report. So I can put the devil up here as a secondment, which can earn me some stuff. Sometimes I do need to pivot the affiliations, which is kind of handy to be able to do. It might be okay anyway. I'm going to entertain a request from the acting senior probator. Starting up the Pardoner's Tale. I think I will drop off the devil. There are going to be some changes around here. The doors swing shut behind him. The devil bows as he departs your engine. I promise you that I will not regret this, he says. Alright, that's interesting. Probator's request. I will interview each of these people, which is going to get me some places to check in with. Related to London, the Parliament, and the Most Serene Mausoleum. I will defer my decision for now. I'll take tea while I'm here. Take tea everywhere you can. I will watch the quiet sea. Vision of the heavens. Ooh. I can acquire some munitions. I can acquire some supplies. I'll take the munitions. That's fine. In terms of supplies, we'll pick up like 2. If we have a bad time getting back to Brabazon, we might need to burn some supplies. So we should always keep in mind the capacity to do so until we can get some more fuel at Brabazon. Oh, that's a scorn fluke. Take that hit. Sometimes you're just going to get hurt. Oh. Huh. As your knowledge increases, the options available will change. Now, it takes a supply. Soothe the scorn fluke. Reach through its spines to touch its flesh. Croon assurances to it. You may be a while. You'd best take supplies. We now have 11 commingling of choirs. And we gained 3 visions of the heavens. That's quite potent. Okay. Once I've cleared these, despite having only 3 fuel, I'm wondering if I want to go full speed to get to about this point. I think I do. Might be a little off kilter. Let's adjust quite thoroughly. There we go. Okay, we're on track. I want to go to Brabazon. After that, I think I might go to Parliament. We're starting to pile up a lot of various collected things as well. I think it's going to be Brabazon, then Parliament, then back to the Reach. I need to double check to see if I have a reason to go back to London. I don't think so right now. Full steam really does clear a lot of map quite quickly. I can really lose track of how much progress I'm making. Let's see, what might I need to do? Opportunities, blah, blah, blah. Truth, return to New Winchester. Lustrum. I have some things in Lustrum. That's right, that's for Palmiers. And this is Forge of Souls. That's at Brabazon, actually. Turning to the Circus, and back to Faith's Fall. That's right, that's right. Okay. I have some reasons to go back to Piranesi. The retired devil wanted me to go to London. Okay, so there was one call to go to London for the retired devil, which I think I've forgotten about or missed, and we'll just move on with life. It's just not the worst circumstance to... You can't, like, progressing everything is a little exhausting. You progress what's on the way to whatever else you want to do. The last day. Try and help a work worlder with their paperwork. No? Failure? That's a terror reduction if we succeed. Take a quick trip over to Little Nice. Recline on a bench. Back to 15. We can get cheap tea, possibly. But I really just want to fill up on fuel. So we don't have a lot of room at the moment. Verse with an overseer. Wave at the children. And they're not too... They don't have too much of an issue. There's not much to do at Brabazon. Ah, that's right, though. I need to fix the clocks here. That's why I came here in the first place. Let's take an official shortcut. Write a port report. Investigate the rogue hours trade. Here we go. A group of sooty youths guards their loom protectively. Please, Inspector, you've seen how things are. We're spending the best years of our lives working here. We just want a few of them back. There can be no exceptions, only examples. When you deliver your report, examples are quickly made of the urchins. Their homemade loom is smashed, and the terms of their debts extended by 10 years each. By the time they leave the work world, they will be gnarled, white-haired warnings to others. You've been promoted to Apprentice First Class. Okay. I can return to London to advance that plotline. I needed to ensure either way that I reached First Class. I didn't want to risk that I wind up not being First Class. Back to the bit between, and we'll be done here for now, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I've got a number of things that would be good to deposit. Like 14 different items that don't need to be resting in my hold. And it's cramping my ability to get some things done. So we will go to Floating Parliament and then back to the Reach Transit Relay. So let's take the route that goes up and around. So in London, there's the horologist's office and there's the business for the devil, but we can leave those on the table for a while. We'll be back to Albion. You always come back to Albion, like, all the time. The truth certainly requires you to move back and forth a lot. Oh, excuse me, sir. You appear to be a little intact. These things are way too valuable. I don't have enough visions of the heavens to feel good about that conversion, but I can pick up additional cryptic benefactors. We have 9 cryptic benefactors. I wouldn't mind trading over half of them for raw sovereigns and experience. But then again, we've almost got 9,000 sovereigns, and I don't have a goal of something to spend them on. Dreams of Stone. I haven't seen this before. You dream of a city of statues, a court of stone. Old frost gleams on corners. A shrieking wind blows. There are spiders. You see the dead shuffle through the streets and into the court in an unbroken, unending line. Their faces are masked. You awake with a start. You hear your crew weeping in their sleep. Investigating, you find them shivering from cold and thrashing with fever. The dead are brought before me, one cries. They are dreaming the same dream you were. I'll return to dreams. And then the stone statued courtroom where the silent dead file before you. You were looking down at them, as if you were very tall. Their faces, behind their porcelain masks, were turned to the floor. One by one, you pass judgment upon them. This one is to be one of the ephemeral dead, destined for death's door. This one, a king once, committed the sin of having sought immortality. You utter a word in the tongue of heaven, and proclaim it one of the failed dead, to be cast into the well. When you wake, you feel a crushing pressure on your legs, pressing them down to the bed. It is Beleth, the feline eccentric's narrow black cat, but when you try to push him off, it is like shoving at a monolith. He is cold and heavy as a slab of stone. Your femurs creak under the weight. Then he wakes, stretches, and slinks away. I should actually toss out some of my tales of terror. I'm not certain where to make use of them. I recall in Sunless Seas, there is a port where you can easily convert things like Tales of Terror and certain other intangibles. I think it's Tales of Terror, Sea Stories, things like that. Z Stories, I think they were. You can trade them off. Oh, Unsettled Dreams. 3 Trails of Terror for a Vision of the Heavens and a Terror gain? That's a good deal. Just as I was talking about making use of Tales of Terror. I think they throw Tales of Terror at you sometimes. It's like a compensation prize for things you didn't want in the first place. It's like, oh, you failed this challenge, or oh, this circumstance is going to slap you with about 15 to 20 terror, but it's okay. Here's some Tales of Terror to make you feel moderately better. That's guests. Oh, right. This thing can sling guests at any angle. We took an admirable amount of damage there. So I'm going to salvage scrap to repair the hull. That barely repaired the hull. And we might have an event afterwards about guests on board the ship. That was a lot of damage to take. But hey, we'll be heading back to the Reach after this. The Reach is, peaceful. There are a few very dangerous things around Albion from time to time. I'll enjoy a scone on the lawn. Because we have our aunt, she will critique on the scones. I love it. Your aunt examines the scone with professional distaste. I suppose one shouldn't complain, she mutters, but marches off to have a quiet word with the baker anyway. Also, have a quiet word is capitalized. You eat the slightly stale scone, complete with lashings of jam and clotted cream. I've never tried clotted cream, but I'm aware of clotted cream, and I would like to try clotted cream. It seems so decadent. It's basically just cream itself, like slow cooked into a pudding, and you like take the pudding skin off the top of the cream, and that's the clotted cream. Ah, we can go into the House of Commons now. The wheels of government continue to turn, but its halls have seen better days. Most are green-tinged from decades submerged in the stolen river during that unusual historical interlude when London was stolen by bats. Water still drips from unseen reservoirs of damp. Even so, the house remains a hive of favor trading, drinks promising, and constant debate. I can disrupt proceedings with a perfect pangolin. The sessions tend to be droning and dull, but you're provisioned with a pangolin of unparalleled perfection. You slide into a session and seat yourself in the back, your footsteps swallowed by the slow, sloppy rhetoric of the MPs. How boring. You should remedy this. Discreetly, you lift your perfect pangolin up and whisper to the gleaming nub of her ear. She salutes, beautifully of course, and races away to interrupt the funerary drivel. As expected, the perfect pangolin performs exquisitely, exciting the session to astonished conversation. The two of you are quickly evicted, although not before you've glutted yourself on gossip. Huh. Well, let's take over the Department for Albion Affairs. A loquacious civil servant strides up to greet you. Ah, Minister, right on time. The loquacious civil servant glides through the labyrinthine house with an ease it took a career to acquire. This way, Minister. Do step over the drunks in the hall. Journalists, you know. Old habits die hard. Ah, here we go. Your new dominion. He pushes open the door. Your new department's carpeted floor squishes underfoot. Almost nobody glances up as you enter. You are, after all, just the next minister in a long chain of distractions to their work. You have taken note of the will of the people. You've been given a government department. As first among equals, he knows more about Parliament than anyone, a useful font of information. No, we'll return. Visit my department. So this is just a kind of a funny thing. This is a repeated thing you can do that advances time very usefully. But doesn't accomplish much of anything, very funnily. You can learn the will of the people at ports around Albion and the Reach. Bring it here to be the foundation of a new bill. You'll be working on this bill for a week and unable to leave until it is passed or rejected. Every day you get one action to try and boost your bill's political capital. The higher this is, the better its chances of passing at the end of the week. Yep. Clear out the competition. Survey of the protesters outside. Seek a celebrity backer. You've done all you can. It's time to put it to a vote. Yeah. With success on every day, we get a 53% chance of success, which is basically about how these sit. Every time you successfully pass a law, the House of Commons becomes wiser to your tricks. Succeeding will get harder each time. Head out and gather another example of the will of the people to begin passing a new law. Your proposed law is fiercely contested by the House. Fortunately, as nobody else has actually read it, none can give particularly cogent arguments against it. When the dinner bell goes, even its archest critics are happy to vote for it if it'll get them to the dining room before the sausages are all gone. All that remains is to take it to the throne of ours, while the Empress will choose whether or not to grant it her royal stamp. As you file out of the house, you see one of the First Secretary's clerks watching. She nods her head approvingly. Your status in Parliament is clearly on the rise. Ah, also, a cabinet reshuffle. You're transferred to the Office of Undersea Affairs. So, they change your assignment all the time. You spend weeks here accomplishing almost nothing. But advancing time means that all of the, like, prospects and bargains that exist throughout everywhere get refreshed. So it's really neat to be able to spend your time without using up any fuel or supplies from, periodically. And you also gain a bit of experience for engaging in Parliament, so it's all just a funny distraction. Because this is not... This world and setting does not have actual parliamentary governance. That has guests. I noticed that it wasn't actually belching any steam out the back, in addition to the fact that it had that swerve movement that is very guests-oriented. It's unfortunate that it's oddly dangerous in the vicinity of Parliament. Also, honestly, this entire structure here really makes me not want to visit Parliament. It's annoying to drive around this. You're driving around this to go out into the middle of nowhere, and there's no fuel at Parliament. I've had more comfortable Parliament spawns before. Oh. I have been wondering about the reshuffling of charts. If it's maybe a once per legacy thing now. I know that the maps are vaguely randomized, but nothing's been re-randomized on each of the new captains. So I'm not sure how much you have to die before the maps actually change. Or if perhaps the maps are just going to be this way unless I were to start a new legacy, in which case, for that legacy, things would be randomized again. Alright, this is going to put us right on top of Port Prosper, so our fuel and supplies going in don't really matter much. Over to the Reach, first class, thank you. Alright. I think I don't want to spend too much more time for this evening. We're going to make our way back to New Winchester, drop off Meg, and pick up somebody else. Now, I have a fairly busy slate over the next 2 weeks. So I'm not certain when we'll next be getting into Sunless Skies, especially if I want to spend some time working on the relay or rebuilding my stockpile of certain materials. Although I think that for a lot of the materials... Oh, we can collect the inadvisably big dog. Thank you very much. More progress towards the having every single pet achievement. That's a lot of gossip. I do not have more tackety nameplates at the moment. So there's really not much to be done here then. We just pick up more fuel. Thank you. Be on my way. So I do have to make my way back down to Palmyre and Plenty's actually. Bit of a straight shot down here, although there's a bit of debris. And Palmyre does not sell fuel, so I think I will not be going full steam for this. Full steam is an interesting system compared to the system that Sunless Seas used. It's more committal. I suppose in Sunless Seas, your ship is also a steamship, and it is also full steam ahead. But I think you could... It was a weirdly fluid type of system. Like, you kept dumping fuel in, and you could shotgun in a lot of fuel to go very, very fast. But I don't recall if it actually imposed difficulties on your turning radius or anything like that. I think the way it was set up in Sunless Seas is actually that when you were engaging in that, there was a chance for your engine to blow, and then you would randomly take damage while you were engaged in this. But there was an add-on you could get that would prevent the possible explosion. So once you had an engine that was capable of going full steam, and you had the component that prevented the detriment of going full steam, and you had enough money to just buy all the fuel you wanted, you would hammer on full steam all the time. But, trading was very different in Sunless Seas. Whether or not something would be purchased at a port, it was not dynamic. It was a static scenario. Whereas in Skies, any sales you can make outside of selling things directly from your bank at the standard port are dynamically determined by opportunities. Which means that you cannot reliably trade materials in a certain place in Skies. But in Seas, you could perform a triangular trade that was 100% reliable, and so long as you could make it between 3 particular ports, selling specific goods, you would simply make profit for doing that. Which is perfectly fair and makes a lot of sense, but is maybe a little boring. Let's go behind the tents. I will deliver the clown his costumes, first of all. I will get a new job. I'll ask the humiliated magician about tigers. The magician contemplates the fortunate navigator. On your back, that is a body, not a mannequin? No, actually, I'd rather not know. He shifts so that Alton is not in view. You could try Peppercorn's daughter. Followed him into the business. She can even pull off his grand finale from when she was at Mahogany Hall. She's a traveling magician. She leaves some of her large props with me and returns to swap them when she's creating a new performance. I have no idea when she'll next return. It's always a delightful surprise. He does not sound delighted. You'll have to find her. She goes between Lustrum, Titania, and Port Prosper. Alright, we'll have to find Miss Peppercorn. The Ringmaster's caravan will get the job to repair the magician's props. This will require us to go to Port Avon, but I wanted to go to Port Avon anyway to kind of recoup. I want to be carrying more Visions of the Heavens, so that's going to be a very tedious process at Port Avon of converting Salon Stewed Gossip into Visions of the Heavens. It's a borderline abusive interaction. Once you have enough hearts, you could just keep hitting a button, and you keep converting, like at a 2-to-1 ratio, a very, very plentiful resource into a fairly useful one. But I'd like to have something like 20 visions sitting around. And then when we go to Eleutheria, we can randomly get those Visions of the Heavens converted into Moments of Inspiration, so on and so forth. Very handy. Suitably impress some Bohemians. Alright. So I've got a few things to do then for the Fortunate Navigator in terms of places to stop. And Chiropter's Hoarder will want me to go to Faith's Fall as well. Back again to New Winchester. We're home. Terror reduction for putting into port. We'll deliver the honey to the round table, as was requested by the parsimonious chairman. When we go back to Port Prosper, we can get payment from him. Crockery for Port Avon, souls for Port Prosper, very good. We'll make use of both of those later on. Grab repairs, full repairs. Leave. The downed locomotive in Hybris is a... this is something to just change the tackety and... change the tackety stovepipe balance, which I honestly don't care about at this point. Alright. Parting ways with Meg. She has been even surlier than usual during the return journey. Last night she knocked tentatively at your cabin door. She sat on your desk, fiddling with her pouch of tobacco. Look, I hunt monsters, but I can't hunt a living fire that crawls out of my thoughts. And I don't know about you, but I done stuff I can't afford to have written on the outside of me. She fell silent for a time. Here's what I can do, though. I can find our girl before the fire that follows does. I'm gonna track her down. If I catch a whiff, I'll get a message to you. She shook your hand. Good flying with you. Meg will turn her efforts towards finding your friend. I will deliver the bathysphere to the Baroness. It has been constructed to her precise specifications. She examines it critically and minutely, checking every bolt, panel, and plate. It's good work, she announces eventually. Just as well, I suppose. Is it your imagination, or has she paled? Would she tell you what the bathysphere is for? My investigation suggests that the remains of the Green Regent, that's the Reach's son, are in Old Tom's Well. We're going to have to go down there. She brushes at her skirts. It's quite a journey, of course. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. Ready when you are. My own engine's undergoing repairs, I'm afraid. I ran into a curator near Lustrum, and it made rather a mess of her. I'm going to bring on the Baroness next. She oversees your crew as they wrangle the equipment aboard. Her usual flippancy has frayed, and she hurries forward to check every bump or scrape of the bathysphere. Old Tom's Well lies to the south of New Winchester. So then, Old Tom's Well will be one of our next stops. Yet again, coming back around to Old Tom's Well. But that is telling us a bit of the truth. Lagstrike, you were actually correct. Faith's Fall is a messenger's corpse. It is not the corpse of a judgment, despite it having the kind of judgment shape. I had thought that perhaps the remains of the Judgment of the Reach had turned up in the Blue Kingdom, if that is truly the place where the dead are, but that doesn't seem to be the truth of it. All right. Oh, I need to make one adjustment. I do need to put away the speciometer for now. So long as we're here, we need the ability to mine. And that brings our hold space up to a fairly tremendous value. Whew. If we had the even better mining array, this would also give us some armor, which is nutty. I could also later get a second Heathcliff plating and put that here where the Rossetti cabins are. Whew. Alright, so I definitely have some other business to attend to here in the Reach. I'm going to take care of a few of these prospects and visit a few more places. I'll probably advance on Palmir's quest, and I'll work to locate the Navigator's Promise. Actually, I think I have enough to do. I think the things that I have to do are close enough to plot lines that I'll probably wind up doing them on stream. I don't know if I'll actually have any off-stream business that I can attend to, because the plot has thickened somewhat, and we'll be at it. Like, I think the most I could do without stumbling across more plot is I could put in at Port Avon and do a whole bunch of clicking. But apart from that, I mean, I suppose I'll be going to Titania and Lustrum, and the Well of the and Old Tom's Well, and half of that is new stuff. So, yeah, we'll be seeing to some new stuff then, I suppose. But that'll be a matter for next time, whenever next time happens to be. Tomorrow, any spare time will be spent on Dead by Daylight, and for the rest of the week, I honestly just don't know. And next week, the week after, it's gonna get even busier. Oh man, my next 2 to 3 weeks is gonna be, I think, kind of a mess. So, thank you for tuning in, and I hope we can wander again sometime soon. But I can't make any promises. This has been Jupiter Exile. Good evening.